Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The van's engine wheezed like an old man climbing stairs, each gear shift accompanied by a grinding sound that made my teeth ache. I pressed my face against the cool window, watching the endless expanse of desert roll past in the pale moonlight. The cracked vinyl seat beneath me had seen better days, probably decades better, and the stuffing poked through in uncomfortable lumps that dug into my back no matter how I positioned myself. Mom's hands gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, her wedding ring catching the dashboard lights as we hit another pothole. The road stretched ahead like a black ribbon, cutting through the Navajo reservation with surgical precision. No streetlights, no other cars. Just us, and the vast emptiness that seemed to swallow our headlight beams. "How much further?" I asked, though I already knew the answer would be vague. "A while yet," Mom replied, her voice tight with concentration. The radio had given up on us an hour ago, dissolving into static that sounded like angry whispers. She'd finally snapped it off in frustration, leaving us with only the sound of wind buffeting the van's sides and the occasional ping of gravel against the undercarriage. The silence stretched between us, heavy and expectant. Outside, the desert landscape looked alien in the moonlight, twisted shapes of sagebrush casting long shadows, rock formations that resembled sleeping giants, and the occasional glint of something metallic or reflective that vanished as soon as our headlights swept past. I'd made this trip with Mom before, but never this late at night. Usually, we'd drive during the day when the desert looked less threatening, when you could see for miles in every direction and feel reasonably sure about what was out there. Now, everything beyond our small bubble of light remained unknown, unknowable. The van hit another rough patch, and I heard something rattle loose in the back. Mom's toolbox, probably, or maybe one of the water jugs we'd brought for emergencies. The sound made me jump, my nerves already frayed from staring into the darkness for too long. "You okay back there?" Mom asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked tired, strained from squinting at the road. "Yeah, it's really dark out here." She nodded, understanding. "It gets darker before it gets lighter. That's what your grandmother used to say." Her voice softened at the mention of my grandmother, who'd grown up on this reservation, who'd known every mile of these roads before they were paved. The van lurched suddenly as Mom swerved around something in the road. A dead animal, maybe, or just debris. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The darkness seemed to press closer to the windows, as if it were a living thing trying to get in. "Tell me a story," I said suddenly, desperate for distraction. "One of Grandma's stories." Mom was quiet for a moment, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight I hadn't expected. "Your Aunt Emma used to love coming out here at night," she began. "Before she got married, before she moved to the city, she and her friends would drive these roads looking for adventure." I settled back in my seat, grateful for anything that would take my mind off the oppressive darkness surrounding us. But something in Mom's tone suggested this wouldn't be the kind of light-hearted story I was hoping for. Mom's fingers drummed against the steering wheel in a nervous rhythm as she seemed to wrestle with whether to continue. The van's headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness ahead. But beyond that cone of light, the world disappeared entirely. No stars were visible through the thick cloud cover, making the night feel enclosed, suffocating. "Mom?" I prompted when the silence stretched too long. She took a deep breath, the kind that suggested she was about to share something she'd rather keep buried. "Your Aunt Emma. She saw things out here. Things that don't make sense in the daylight." A chill that had nothing to do with the van's broken air conditioning crept down my arms. "What kind of things?" "The kind your grandmother warned us about." Mom's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. The kind that remind you this land is older than our understanding of it. I leaned forward, straining to hear over the van's labored breathing. Outside, the landscape had grown even more desolate. No houses, no lights, not even fence posts to break up the endless expanse of scrub and stone. Grandma always said there are places where the membrane between worlds grows thin, Mom continued. Places where things that shouldn't exist can slip through. Your Aunt Emma found one of those places. The van hit a series of small bumps, and each jolt sent a vibration through my bones. I found myself checking the locks on the doors, though what I thought I was keeping out, I couldn't say. This was back when Emma was 22, wild and fearless. She had this group of friends, city kids mostly, who thought the reservation was exotic, mysterious. They'd drive out here on weekends with coolers full of beer and cheap wine, looking for places to party where no adults would bother them. Mom paused to navigate around a particularly nasty pothole. In the brief moment when she took her foot off the gas, the engine's noise died down, and I could hear something else. A low whistling sound that might have been wind, but didn't quite sound natural. They found this spot, Mom continued once we were back up to speed. Maybe 15 miles from where we are now. A little valley between two hills, hidden from the main road. Perfect for their purposes. Isolated, private, with flat ground for parking and a natural windbreak. I tried to picture it. Young people laughing and drinking under the stars, music playing from someone's car stereo, the kind of innocent fun that seemed impossible in the oppressive atmosphere surrounding us now. They went there 3 weekends in a row without any problems, Mom said. Emma told me it felt like their secret place, somewhere that belonged to them. But on the 4th weekend, something was different. The van's engine coughed, and for a terrifying moment, I thought we might break down out here in the middle of nowhere. But it caught again, settling back into its labored rhythm. Different how? I asked, though part of me already dreaded the answer. Mom's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, meeting mine for just a moment before returning to the road. Emma said the air felt wrong, heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The others felt it too. The conversation died down, the laughter got forced. Even the music sounded muffled, like the desert was swallowing the sound. I found myself scanning the darkness outside our windows, looking for any sign of the valley Mom was describing. The thought of our van breaking down near such a place made my stomach clench with anxiety. They should have left then, Mom said, her voice carrying the weight of hindsight. Should have packed up their things and driven back to town. But they were young, and they'd already opened the bottles, and leaving would have meant admitting they were scared of nothing more than shadows and silence. The van crested a small hill, and for a moment our headlights swept across a wider vista of desert. In that brief illumination, I saw something that made my breath catch, a cluster of shapes in the distance that might have been buildings or vehicles, or something else entirely. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing but darkness. So they stayed, Mom continued, either not noticing my reaction or choosing to ignore it. And that's when Emma's real story begins. Mom slowed the van as we approached a sharp curve, the headlights sweeping across a landscape that seemed to shift and change in the moving light. What had looked like solid ground a moment before now revealed itself to be scattered with deep shadows and unexpected drops. The road itself seemed narrower here, the painted lines faded to almost nothing. Emma's group had this ritual, Mom began, her voice taking on the cadence of a practiced storyteller. Every time they came out here, they'd park in a circle, 5 or 6 cars, headlights pointing inward to create a makeshift dance floor in the middle. Jake would bring his portable stereo, the kind with the big speakers that could blast music loud enough to hear from a mile away. I could picture it, teenagers and young adults freed from the constraints of town life, music echoing off the desert rocks, the kind of reckless abandon that only comes with youth and darkness and the illusion of invincibility. But this 4th night, when they tried to arrange the cars, Something felt wrong immediately. The ground that had been perfectly level before seemed uneven now, forcing them to park at awkward angles. Two of the cars couldn't get their headlights to work properly. Jake's kept flickering on and off, and Emma's friend Diana couldn't get hers to turn on at all. The van's engine hiccuped, and Mom pumped the gas pedal gently, coaxing it back to a steady rhythm. They managed to get enough light to set up their usual party spot, but it felt forced, artificial. The music sounded thin in the desert air, swallowed up by the vastness before it could create any real atmosphere. I pressed my face against the side window, trying to see past our own reflection in the glass. The darkness outside seemed to have weight and substance, pressing against the van like deep water. Emma said the first sign of real trouble came when they realized they weren't alone. Mom's voice dropped, and I had to strain to hear her over the engine noise. At first, it was just a feeling. You know how sometimes you can sense someone watching you, even when you can't see them? That prickly sensation between your shoulder blades that makes you want to turn around? I knew the feeling well, and had been experiencing it for the past hour as we drove through this empty landscape. The knowledge that I wasn't the only one who'd felt it was somehow both comforting and terrifying. They all felt it at the same time, Mom continued. The conversation stopped mid-sentence. The laughter died away. Even the music seemed to quiet itself, as if the stereo was responding to the same instinct that had silenced the group. She paused to navigate around what looked like a small landslide. Rocks and debris scattered across half the road. Our wheels crunched over the smaller stones, the sound abnormally loud in the confined space of the van. Emma was the first one to say it out loud. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" And immediately, everyone started looking around, peering into the darkness beyond their circle of light. But there was nothing to see, just the same empty desert they'd been partying in for weeks. I found myself doing the same thing, scanning the darkness outside our van for any sign of movement, any shape that didn't belong. The constant motion of sagebrush in the wind created an endless series of false alarms, shadows that seemed to shift and dart just at the edge of perception. That's when they heard the first sound, Mom said. A sharp crack, like someone stepping on a dry branch. It came from somewhere outside their circle of cars, from the darkness they couldn't penetrate. My hands had unconsciously clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. What did they do? "What would you do?" Mom asked, glancing at me in the mirror. They turned up the music, opened another round of drinks, and tried to pretend they hadn't heard anything. Young people that age, they don't want to admit they're scared. Admitting fear means admitting they might not be as grown-up and independent as they think they are. The van's headlights suddenly illuminated a road sign, weathered and bullet-holed, but still readable. "Entering sacred lands," it read. "Respect this place." Below that, in smaller text that was harder to make out, "Some areas off limits after dark." But the sounds kept coming, Mom continued, either not seeing the sign or choosing not to comment on it. Not regular, like an animal moving through the brush. Random, deliberate, like someone, or something, was moving in a wide circle around their campsite, taking their time, staying just far enough out that the car headlights couldn't reach them. I realized I'd been holding my breath and forced myself to exhale slowly. The van felt smaller now, more vulnerable, like a tiny island of safety in an ocean of potential threat. Emma tried to convince herself it was just wildlife. Coyotes, maybe, or wild dogs drawn by the smell of food. But deep down, she knew it was something else. The sounds were too calculated, too purposeful. Animals move with natural rhythms. This was different. As if summoned by Mom's words, something darted across the road directly in front of us. Mom hit the brakes hard, and we both lurched forward against our seatbelts. In the brief moment when our headlights caught it, I saw a shape that might have been a dog or coyote, but moved with an unsettling, almost human gait. "Did you see that?" I gasped. Mom nodded grimly. "Welcome to Aunt Emma's world," she said, and pressed down on the accelerator again. The van's engine seemed to strain harder as we continued deeper into the reservation. The road here was in worse condition. More cracks, more potholes, and a disturbing tendency to curve back on itself as if it had been designed by someone who wanted travelers to become disoriented. Every now and then, our headlights would catch a reflective marker or road sign, but the text was often in Navajo, leaving me to wonder what warnings we might be missing. The sounds around Emma's group got bolder, Mom continued, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. What had started as occasional snapping branches became a steady pattern of movement. Footsteps, maybe, or something dragging across the ground. But still from that same distance, just beyond the reach of their lights. I could feel my heart beating faster, a steady rhythm that seemed to match the van's struggling engine. Outside, the landscape had become even more alien. Twisted rock formations that looked almost intentionally sculptured. Clusters of dead trees that resembled skeletal hands reaching toward the clouded sky. "Jake, he was the one with the stereo. Finally got fed up with the whole thing," Mom said. "He grabbed one of the big flashlights they'd brought and announced he was going to find out what was making all the noise." "Probably just some mangy coyote," he said. "I'll scare it off and we can get back to having fun." The van hit a particularly bad bump, and I heard something fall over in the back. The sound made me jump, my nerves stretched taut as wire. The others tried to talk him out of it, but Jake was the kind of guy who never backed down from a challenge. 23 years old, played football in high school, thought he was tough enough to handle anything the desert could throw at him. He switched on that big flashlight and walked toward where they'd been hearing the sounds. I found myself leaning forward, caught up in the story despite my growing unease. What happened to him? "That's just it," Mom said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Nothing happened. He walked maybe 50 yards out from their circle of cars, swinging that flashlight back and forth, calling out, 'Here, boy,' like he was looking for a lost dog. The beam swept across empty desert, nothing but rocks and brush and the occasional piece of trash blown in from the highway. She paused to navigate around what looked like a washout where recent rains had carved a small gully across the asphalt. The van's suspension groaned as we dropped into the depression and climbed out the other side. But Emma said that's when she noticed something that made her skin crawl. The sounds had stopped completely. Not gradually, like an animal moving away. Instantly. The moment Jake stood up with that flashlight, everything went dead silent. No footsteps, no rustling, no snapping branches. Just Jake's voice echoing off the rocks and coming back hollow and strange. I glanced at the van's clock. We'd been driving for over 3 hours now, and the fuel gauge was starting to worry me. But asking Mom about it seemed like the wrong thing to do while she was deep in Emma's story. Jake came back to the group acting all triumphant, saying he'd scared off whatever it was. But Emma could tell he was rattled. His hands were shaking when he put the flashlight down, and he kept glancing over his shoulder like he expected something to follow him back. The van's headlights suddenly illuminated something ahead that made my stomach lurch. A cluster of abandoned vehicles pulled off to the side of the road. 3 or 4 cars and trucks in various stages of decay, stripped of useful parts and left to rust in the desert air. Some had their hoods up, others sat on bare rims, and one truck was missing its entire front end. "Car graveyard," Mom said, noticing my stare. "People break down out here more often than you'd think. If they can't get a tow truck to come this far out, sometimes they just abandon them." The sight of those dead vehicles made our own van feel even more fragile, more vulnerable. What would happen if our engine finally gave up? How long would we have to wait for help in this desolate place? After Jake's little expedition, Emma's group tried to get back to their party, Mom continued. But the mood was broken. The music sounded forced, the laughter was nervous, and everyone kept glancing toward the darkness beyond their ring of light. They'd finish one drink and immediately open another, trying to blur the edges of their fear. I could understand that impulse. Even sitting safely inside the van with Mom, I found myself wishing I could somehow make the darkness less oppressive, less full of hidden possibilities. That's when they started hearing the new sound, Mom said. Not footsteps this time, but something worse. A scraping noise, like fingernails on metal, coming from somewhere above them. Despite myself, I glanced up at the van's ceiling. The metal was dented and stained with age, but it looked solid enough. Still, the thought of something clinging to the roof while we drove made my skin crawl. Emma said it started soft, almost musical. A gentle scratching that could have been branches scraping against one of the cars. But it got louder, more insistent, and definitely more deliberate. Like something was testing the strength of the metal, looking for a way in. The van's engine coughed violently, and for a terrifying moment I thought it might die completely. But it caught itself and resumed its labored rhythm, though it sounded worse than before. "Please tell me they left then," I said, though I suspected the story was far from over. Mom shook her head grimly. They tried to. Emma was already moving toward her car keys when the scraping sound suddenly multiplied. Instead of one source, now it seemed to come from everywhere. The roofs of all their cars, the hoods, even the ground around their feet. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. Outside our van, the desert stretched endlessly in all directions, full of shadows and hidden places where anything might be waiting. And that, Mom said, is when they realized they were completely surrounded. Our van shuddered as Mom downshifted to climb a steep grade, the engine whining with effort. The road here carved through a narrow canyon, with rock walls rising on both sides and cutting off any view of the horizon. Our headlights bounced off the stone faces, creating a tunnel of light that somehow made the darkness ahead seem even more impenetrable. Emma said the scraping sounds were everywhere now, Mom continued, raising her voice slightly over the engine noise. Not just random scratching, but coordinated, purposeful, like invisible fingers drumming out a rhythm on every surface. The car hoods, the trunks, the windows. Even the ground around their feet seemed to echo with tiny tapping sounds. I pressed my hands against my ears instinctively, trying to block out sounds that existed only in Mom's story. But the van's own noises, the grinding engine, the rattling windows, the occasional ping of debris against the undercarriage, began to take on sinister qualities, as if our vehicle was experiencing its own supernatural assault. The group huddled together in the center of their circle, backs pressed against each other, trying to watch all directions at once, Mom said. But there was nothing to see. The scraping and tapping continued, growing louder and more aggressive. But their flashlights revealed only empty desert. We crested the hill and began descending the other side. The canyon opened up again, revealing a landscape that looked somehow different from what we'd been driving through before. The rocks here were darker, more jagged, and arranged in formations that seemed almost intentional, like ancient monuments or warning markers. That's when Jake made his second mistake, Mom said. He grabbed a tire iron from his trunk and started shouting at the darkness. "Show yourself," he kept yelling. "Whatever you are, come out where we can see you." He swung that tire iron over his head, challenging something he couldn't even identify. The van's headlights swept across a road sign so faded I couldn't read it, but the bullet holes in it were clearly visible. Someone had used it for target practice, leaving it pockmarked with small dark holes that looked like eyes in the brief moment they were illuminated. Emma tried to calm Jake down, but he was past listening. The fear had transformed into anger, and he was looking for something concrete to fight against. He climbed up on the hood of his car, still waving that tire iron, still shouting challenges at the invisible whatever it was. I found myself imagining the scene. A young man silhouetted against car headlights, brandishing a weapon at empty air while his friends watched in growing terror. It would have been almost comical if not for the context Mom had built around it. The scraping sound stopped the moment Jake climbed up on his car, Mom said. Complete silence, just like before when he'd walked out with the flashlight. Emma said the quiet was worse than the noise had been. It felt expectant, like the calm before a storm. The van's engine began making a new sound, a rhythmic clicking that seemed to come from directly overhead. I glanced up at the ceiling panels, searching for any sign of damage or loose parts, but saw nothing unusual. Jake stood on that hood for maybe 30 seconds, tire iron raised over his head, shouting into the silence. Then something landed on the roof of Emma's car with a thud that shook the entire vehicle. My heart hammered against my ribs. The clicking sound from our own roof was getting louder, more insistent. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do you hear that clicking?" She nodded without taking her eyes off the road. "Probably just a loose roof rack. The wind gets under it and makes it flutter." But we didn't have a roof rack. "Emma said whatever landed on her car was heavy," Mom continued, either not noticing my distress or choosing to push through with the story. "Heavy enough to make the whole vehicle bounce on its springs. And then it started moving, not walking, but sliding, like something was dragging itself across the metal surface." The clicking from our roof intensified, developing a rhythm that sounded almost like footsteps. I gripped the armrest so tightly my knuckles went white. The sliding sound moved from the back of Emma's car toward the front, slow and deliberate. Emma was inside, crouched down in the driver's seat, key in the ignition but too terrified to turn it. She said she could feel the car rock slightly with each movement above her. Our van hit a pothole and the clicking stopped for a moment, then resumed, louder than before. Jake jumped down from his own hood and ran toward Emma's car, tire iron still in hand. But before he could reach it, something else landed on the roof of another vehicle. Then another. Then another. Within seconds, all 6 cars in their circle had something heavy and invisible moving around on their roofs. I couldn't stand it anymore. "Mom, we need to pull over. There's definitely something on our roof." She glanced at me in the rearview mirror, and I saw my own fear reflected in her eyes. "There's nowhere safe to pull over out here," she said. "We keep driving until we reach town." The clicking evolved into a scraping sound, long fingernails dragging across metal. It moved from the center of the roof toward the front of the van, directly above the windshield. "Emma finally got her car started," Mom said, her voice tight with strain. "But when she tried to drive away, the thing on her roof held on. She could hear it scrambling for purchase as the car accelerated, claws or fingers scraping against the metal." A shadow passed across our windshield, something dark moving between us and the moonlight. I looked up through the glass but saw nothing except clouds. The others tried to follow Emma, but whatever was on their roofs wasn't letting go easily. Diana's car stalled out completely, and when she finally got it running again, she could hear something pounding on the metal above her head, like it was angry about being jostled. The scraping on our roof moved to the passenger side, then toward the back. I twisted in my seat, trying to follow the sound, but it was impossible to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Emma made it maybe half a mile before she realized the thing was still with her, Mom said. The scraping had stopped, but she could feel the extra weight, the way the car handled differently with something heavy clinging to the roof. Our van lurched suddenly as Mom swerved around something in the road. In the brief moment when our headlights swept to the side, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a human figure standing in the desert, perfectly motionless. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there. That's when Emma made the mistake of looking up, Mom said. The scraping on our van's roof had developed a pattern now. 3 long scratches, pause, 3 more scratches, pause. It sounded like someone trying to get our attention, testing our response, seeing how long they could torment us before we cracked. Mom's hands were shaking on the steering wheel, but she kept driving, eyes fixed rigidly ahead. Emma couldn't help herself, Mom continued, her voice barely audible over the engine noise and the horrible scraping above us. She knew she shouldn't look up, knew that seeing whatever was on her roof would make everything worse, but the human mind has limits to what it can ignore. I understood completely. Every instinct screamed at me to crane my neck and peer through the sunroof we didn't have, to try to catch a glimpse of whatever was creating that methodical, deliberate sound above our heads. She tilted her head back while she drove, just a quick glance through the moonroof of her car. At first, she saw nothing, just the dark outline of something pressed against the glass from the outside. But then it moved, shifting its weight, and Emma found herself staring up into a face that wasn't quite human. The scraping on our roof stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been, filling the van with a tension so thick I could barely breathe. Emma slammed on her brakes without thinking, Mom said. Pure reflex. The car skidded to a stop in a cloud of dust, and whatever was on the roof lost its grip and went sliding forward across the hood. Our van was climbing another hill now, the engine laboring harder than ever. I could smell something burning, oil maybe, or overheated metal. The dashboard lights flickered ominously. For just a moment, the thing was visible in her headlights as it tumbled off the front of the car. Emma got a clear look at what had been stalking their group, and she told me later that she wished she'd kept her eyes on the road. I held my breath, waiting for the description, dreading it. It looked like a person at first glance, Mom said slowly. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head in roughly the right place. But something was wrong with the proportions. The limbs too long, the torso too narrow, the head tilted at an angle that suggested the neck was broken or twisted. The burning smell was getting stronger. Steam began rising from under our hood, visible in the headlight beams. And the skin, Mom continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. Emma said it looked like leather that had been left in the sun too long, dark, cracked, hanging loose in some places, and stretched tight in others. But the worst part was the eyes. Too large, too bright, reflecting the headlights like an animal's, but with an intelligence behind them that was purely human. Our engine made a sound like a dying animal and began losing power. We were near the top of the hill, but the van was slowing despite Mom's attempts to coax more speed from it. The thing rolled to its feet with impossible grace, Mom said, even as our own situation became increasingly desperate. Not like someone who'd just fallen off a moving car, but like someone who'd planned the whole thing. It stood in Emma's headlight beams for maybe 5 seconds, staring directly at her through the windshield, and Emma said she could see it thinking, calculating, deciding what to do next. The van's engine died completely just as we reached the crest of the hill. We coasted forward for a few more yards before Mom guided us to the side of the road, our headlights pointing down into a valley that seemed to stretch forever into the darkness. Mom, I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. The engine's dead. She turned the key, and the starter made a grinding sound, but wouldn't catch. I know, honey, I know. The silence that followed was absolute. No engine noise, no radio static, no wind. Even the scraping on the roof had stopped. We sat in our powerless van at the top of a hill in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by darkness that seemed to press against the windows like deep water. What happened to Emma? I whispered. The thing started walking toward her car, Mom said, her voice barely audible. Not running, not hurrying, just walking with that same calculated grace. Emma panicked and threw her car in reverse, backing away as fast as she could without using her lights. She turned the key again. This time the engine coughed and caught, running rough but running. The headlights flickered back to life, revealing the empty road ahead. But when she looked in her rearview mirror, Mom continued as we began rolling down the hill, she saw that the others hadn't been so lucky. Through our windshield, the desert valley spread out below us like a dark ocean, and scattered across that emptiness, barely visible in the distance, were lights. Not house lights or street lamps, but the erratic flickering of car headlights, as if several vehicles were driving in chaotic patterns with no apparent destination. Emma could see her friends' cars in the distance behind her, headlights weaving back and forth across the desert like they were trying to escape from something. but whatever had been on the roofs wasn't giving up easily. The lights in the valley seemed to be getting closer, or maybe we were just descending toward them. Either way, I could now make out individual beams sweeping across the landscape in frantic, desperate patterns. Diana's car was spinning in circles, like she couldn't control the steering. The headlights would sweep across the desert, illuminate something Emma couldn't quite make out, then jerk away as if Diana was trying to avoid looking at whatever was out there. Our van was picking up speed as we descended, and Mom had to brake to keep us under control. The engine was running smoother now, but the burning smell hadn't gone away. Jake's truck was racing straight toward the highway, but Emma could see something dark clinging to his roof, something that shifted and moved as the vehicle bounced over the rough terrain. The lights in the valley were definitely getting closer now. I could see at least 6 separate sets of headlights, all moving in erratic patterns that suggested their drivers were either drunk, terrified, or no longer in complete control of their vehicles. That's when Emma realized she had to make a choice. Mom said, try to help her friends and risk whatever had been hunting them, or save herself and live with the guilt. We reached the bottom of the hill, and I could see that the valley was much larger than it had appeared from above. The scattered headlights were still miles away, but they seemed to be converging on our location, drawn by our own lights like moths to a flame. What did she choose? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. She chose to survive, Mom said simply. And she spent the last 15 years wondering if she made the right decision. The valley floor was rougher than the hill roads had been, with patches of deep sand that made the van's wheels spin and fishtail. Mom fought to maintain control as we navigated between scattered boulders and the occasional deep wash carved by flash floods. The engine was running hot, steam still rising from under the hood, but it was running. Emma drove for her life, Mom continued, her voice tight with concentration as she steered around a particularly treacherous patch of loose rock. No headlights, navigating by moonlight alone, trying to put as much distance as possible between herself and whatever had been stalking their group. The lights behind us were definitely getting closer now. What had seemed like random movement from a distance now revealed itself to be a coordinated pursuit. The scattered headlight beams were converging on our position, moving faster than any normal vehicle should be able to travel across this terrain. She made it maybe 5 miles before her car broke down, Mom said. Overheated engine, just like ours is doing now. She coasted to a stop in the middle of nowhere. No lights, no engine. Nothing but the sound of her own heartbeat and the wind whistling through the rocks. I could relate to that feeling all too well. Our own engine was making increasingly alarming noises, and the temperature gauge had climbed into the red zone. We were maybe 10 minutes away from being stranded ourselves. Emma sat in that dead car for what felt like hours, listening for any sign of pursuit, Mom continued. No engine sounds, no voices, nothing but the normal night sounds of the desert. She started to think she might have escaped, that whatever had been hunting them couldn't follow her this far. The pursuing lights had spread out now, forming a wide net that seemed designed to prevent escape. They were still several miles back, but closing the distance steadily. I could see now that there were more than 6 sets of headlights, maybe a dozen or more, all moving in perfect coordination. That's when she heard the scratching on her roof again, Mom said. Soft at first, like fingernails gently testing the strength of the metal. Then harder, more insistent, as if whatever was up there was trying to claw its way inside. Our van lurched as we hit a deep pothole, and something fell over in the back with a crash. The sound made me jump, my nerves stretched to the breaking point. Emma tried to restart her car, but the engine was completely dead. She was trapped in a metal box with something on the roof that was getting more aggressive by the minute. The scratching became pounding, then scraping, then a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard as whatever it was tried to find a way in. The pursuing lights had gained significant ground while Mom was talking. They were maybe 3 miles back now, close enough that I could see they weren't moving like normal vehicles at all. They seemed to drift and weave across the landscape without regard for terrain, maintaining perfect formation even as they navigated around obstacles that should have forced them to spread out. Emma made the decision to run, Mom said. She grabbed her keys, took a deep breath, and threw open the car door. The thing on the roof immediately scrambled to the edge, trying to see where she'd gone, and Emma got her first clear look at what had been hunting them. Our engine coughed violently and began losing power again. Mom pumped the gas pedal, but we were definitely slowing down. It was human-shaped but wrong in every detail, Mom continued, even as our situation became increasingly desperate. Too tall, too thin, with joints that bent in directions that should have been impossible. Its skin looked like old leather, cracked and weathered, and its eyes reflected light like an animal's. But the most disturbing thing was its intelligence. Emma could see it thinking, planning, adapting its strategy to her actions. We were down to maybe 15 miles per hour now, crawling across the desert floor while the lights behind us closed in rapidly. They were close enough now that I could see they cast no beams, just floating points of illumination that revealed nothing about what was carrying them. Emma ran, Mom said simply. No plan, no destination, just pure terror driving her across the desert on foot. She could hear the thing following her, not running, but moving with that same disturbing grace she'd seen when it rolled off her car. Our engine died completely, and this time it didn't restart when Mom turned the key. We coasted to a stop in the middle of the valley, surrounded by darkness that seemed to have weight and substance. "What happened to her?" I whispered. "She ran until her lungs gave out, then hid behind a boulder and waited for dawn," Mom said. When the sun came up, she was alone. No sign of the thing that had been chasing her, no sign of her car, no sign of her friends. She walked 15 miles to the nearest road and hitchhiked back to town. The pursuing lights had formed a circle around us, maybe half a mile out in all directions. They hung motionless in the darkness like predatory eyes, waiting. "Did she ever find out what happened to the others?" I asked. 3 of the cars were found a week later, Mom said quietly. Empty, abandoned in different locations across the reservation. No sign of the people who'd been driving them. Jake's truck was never found at all. The circle of lights began moving closer, tightening around our disabled van like a noose. I could see now that there were dozens of them, far more than could be accounted for by Emma's missing friends. "Mom," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I think we're in Emma's Valley." She nodded grimly and reached for the door handle. "Then we better start running." The desert air hit my lungs like ice water when I stepped out of the van. Without the buffer of metal and glass, the silence was absolute. No insects, no wind, not even the distant hum of traffic from an unseen highway. Just the sound of my own breathing and the rapid beating of my heart. Mom came around from the driver's side, moving with the careful, deliberate steps of someone trying not to attract attention. The circle of lights had stopped advancing, but they remained motionless around us. A perfect ring of unblinking surveillance that stretched as far as I could see in every direction. "Stay close to me," Mom whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive quiet. "Don't run unless I tell you to run, and if I tell you to run, don't look back." We began walking away from the van, heading toward what I hoped was the direction of the main road. The desert floor was treacherous in the darkness, loose rocks, hidden depressions, and thorny vegetation that caught at our clothes and scratched exposed skin. Every step felt like a gamble, and I found myself placing my feet with exaggerated care to avoid making any sound. "Emma told me the hardest part wasn't the running," Mom whispered as we picked our way across the landscape. "It wasn't even being chased by something that shouldn't exist. The hardest part was the waiting afterward, the not knowing what had happened to her friends." Behind us, I heard the van's doors creak open and slam shut in sequence, as if someone was systematically checking each one. But when I glanced back, I saw only our abandoned vehicle sitting alone in the darkness, surrounded by that ring of motionless lights. "She went back during the day," Mom continued, helping me navigate around a cluster of barrel cacti. "Drove out to where they'd been camping, looking for some sign of what had happened. But there was nothing. No tire tracks, no footprints, no evidence that 6 cars and a dozen people had ever been there. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I realized the lights were moving again. Not toward us, but maintaining their relative positions as we traveled, like a pack of wolves shadowing prey from a safe distance. The knowledge that we were being followed, herded, maybe, made my skin crawl. The authorities weren't interested in her story, Mom said, her breathing becoming more labored as we climbed over a low ridge. Missing persons reports were filed, but no one believed Emma's account of what had happened. Too fantastic, too unbelievable. They figured it was a drug deal gone wrong, or kids playing pranks that got out of hand. At the top of the ridge, we paused to rest and get our bearings. The main road was visible in the distance, a black ribbon marked by the occasional passing headlight. It looked impossibly far away, but it was our only hope of reaching civilization. Emma spent years trying to find them, Mom continued as we began descending the other side of the ridge. She hired private investigators, searched through missing persons databases, even consulted with traditional healers who might understand what they'd encountered. But it was like her friends had simply ceased to exist. One of the lights broke from the circle and began moving directly toward us, closing the distance with unnatural speed. Mom grabbed my hand and pulled me behind a large boulder, pressing us both against the stone and motioning for silence. The thing that Emma found hardest to accept, Mom whispered directly into my ear, was that she'd abandoned them. Even though there was nothing she could have done, even though staying would have meant joining them in whatever fate they'd met, she couldn't forgive herself for choosing survival over loyalty. The light passed maybe 20 feet from our hiding place, casting no beam and revealing nothing about what carried it. But in the brief moment when it was closest, I felt a presence, something aware and malevolent that radiated hunger and patience in equal measure. When it had moved past, we emerged from behind the boulder and continued toward the road. The other lights had resumed their distant observation, maintaining their loose circle, but allowing us to progress toward the highway. Emma never married, Mom said as we walked. Never had children, never formed close relationships with anyone. She told me once that she was afraid of caring about people too much, afraid that her presence might put them in danger. We reached the base of another hill, and I could see that the road was closer now, maybe 2 more miles of rough terrain. But I could also see that the circle of lights had tightened around us again, and new ones were appearing from beyond the original perimeter. She moved to the city, got a job in an office, lived a quiet life that attracted no attention, Mom continued as we began climbing again. But she never stopped watching over her shoulder, never stopped listening for scratching sounds on her roof, never stopped wondering when they would come for her. At the top of this hill, we could see the road clearly. There was even some traffic, the red taillights of a truck disappearing into the distance, the approaching headlights of what might have been a police patrol. Safety was within reach, but the lights behind us had formed a solid wall now, and they were advancing. Not quickly, but with inexorable purpose, driving us toward the road like sheep toward a pen. Emma died 3 years ago, Mom said suddenly, the words hitting me like a physical blow. Heart attack in her sleep, the doctor said. But I always wondered if she'd finally stopped running, stopped looking over her shoulder, and they'd finally caught up with her. We half ran, half stumbled down the final slope toward the highway. The advancing lights were maybe 100 yards behind us now, close enough that I could sense the malevolent intelligence guiding them. Whatever they were, they wanted us to reach the road, wanted us to carry our terror back to the world of normal people. My feet hit asphalt just as a pair of headlights crested the hill ahead of us. Mom stepped into the road, waving her arms frantically, and the vehicle, a highway patrol car, slowed and pulled over. The officer who emerged was young, professional, concerned about 2 people wandering around in the desert in the middle of the night. "Car trouble?" he asked, playing his flashlight over our faces. "Engine overheated," Mom said, her voice remarkably steady given what we'd just experienced. "We had to abandon it back there and walk out. I looked back toward the valley where we'd left the van. The lights were gone, vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. In the distance, I could just make out the faint glow of our vehicle's emergency flashers, right where we'd left it. "I'll call for a tow truck," the officer said. "You can wait in the patrol car where it's safe." Safe. The word felt foreign, almost meaningless after what we'd experienced. As we climbed into the back seat of the police car, I realized that Emma's story had become our story, that we'd joined her in the ranks of people who'd seen something that shouldn't exist and would spend the rest of our lives wondering when it might come back. The tow truck arrived 30 minutes later, and we followed it back to where we'd abandoned the van. The engine started on the first try, as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. The mechanic who looked under the hood found no signs of overheating, no explanation for why we'd broken down. We drove home in silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Mom never finished Emma's story, never explained how her aunt had really died or what she'd been running from all those years. Some stories, I realized, don't have endings. They just pause, waiting for the next person to stumble into them. Even now, 15 years later, I find myself checking the locks on my doors at night, listening for scratching sounds on the roof, wondering if the lights in the valley are still there, waiting patiently for their next visitors. Emma's story became part of me that night, a shadow that follows me wherever I go. And sometimes when I'm driving alone on dark roads far from civilization, I catch glimpses in my rearview mirror of lights that move too smoothly across the landscape, maintaining impossible formations as they track my progress. I tell myself they're just other cars, coincidental traffic patterns, tricks of tired eyes, and an overactive imagination. But I never stop to find out for sure, because some stories are better left unfinished and some truths are too dangerous to pursue. Emma learned that lesson 30 years ago, and I learned it from her. The desert keeps its secrets, and sometimes the wisest thing you can do is keep driving and never look back. I'm not exactly sure what me and a few friends experienced fully that October weekend in 2019, but there was definitely something deeply unsettling about our encounter, something that still makes my hands shake when I think about it too long. This story takes place during the fall of 2019, when I was 17 years old. Our Boy Scout troop had planned a cabin campout at a remote location deep in the pine forests of northern Michigan, far from any main roads or cell phone towers. The moment our convoy of vehicles pulled up to the weathered log cabin, I felt an odd sensation settle in my stomach. The structure looked like it had been abandoned for months, with peeling paint on the shutters and a sagging front porch that groaned under the weight of fallen branches. The surrounding woods pressed in close on all sides, creating a claustrophobic feeling that made the clearing feel smaller than it actually was. Ancient pine trees towered overhead, their branches so thick they blocked out most of the late afternoon sunlight, casting everything in an eerie twilight, even though it was only 4 o'clock. Our troop leader, Mr. Rodriguez, a gruff man in his 50s with calloused hands and permanent stubble, gathered us around as we unloaded our gear from the trailers. "Listen up, boys," he called out, his voice carrying easily in the still air. "This place is pretty isolated, so stick to the main paths and don't wander off alone. The nearest ranger station is 20 miles away, and cell service is non-existent out here." As we hauled our duffel bags and sleeping bags toward the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Every few steps, I found myself glancing over my shoulder at the tree line, searching for movement among the shadows. The other scouts seemed excited about our wilderness adventure, chattering loudly about the games they'd brought and the s'mores we'd make later, but their voices sounded muted and strange in the oppressive atmosphere of the forest. Inside the cabin, the musty smell of old wood and damp fabric hit us immediately. The main room featured a stone fireplace blackened with years of use, and mounted deer heads stared down at us with glassy eyes that seemed to follow our movements. My friend Camden and I claimed a small bedroom near the back of the cabin, close to one of the few electrical outlets available. The room felt cramped with its low ceiling and single grimy window that looked out into the darkening woods. As we unpacked our belongings, Camden pulled out his phone and frowned at the screen. "No signal at all," he muttered, holding it up toward the window. "Not even one bar." The isolation suddenly felt more real, more complete. We were truly cut off from the outside world, surrounded by miles of empty forest, with no way to call for help if something went wrong. The first evening passed without major incident, though I found myself constantly aware of the sounds outside our windows. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me tense up, and I noticed several other scouts glancing nervously toward the doors whenever the wind picked up. We played cards by lamplight and roasted hot dogs over the fireplace, but underneath the forced normalcy, there was an undercurrent of unease that none of us wanted to acknowledge out loud. The next morning brought a thick fog that clung to the ground like smoke, reducing visibility to just a few yards in any direction. When I stepped outside to use the primitive outhouse behind the cabin, the mist swirled around my legs and made the familiar landscape look alien and threatening. The silence was absolute. No bird songs, no insect buzzing. Nothing but the soft whisper of my footsteps on the damp pine needles. We spent most of the morning inside the cabin, playing card games and taking turns on the GameCube that one of the younger scouts had brought along. Someone had also packed a portable projector, which we set up in the main room to play movies on a white sheet hung across one wall. The artificial entertainment helped distract us from the oppressive atmosphere outside, but every so often one of us would glance toward the windows, where the fog pressed against the glass like searching fingers. Camden and I had become close friends over the past 2 years in scouting, bonding over our shared love of horror movies and video games. He was smaller than me, with sandy hair and quick reflexes, while I had always been the biggest kid in our group, a fact that usually meant I got stuck with the heavy lifting. Today was no exception when Mr. Rodriguez announced that we were running low on drinking water. "The pump house is about a mile down the main trail," he explained, pointing through the window toward a barely visible path that disappeared into the fog. "Someone needs to take these 5-gallon jugs down there and fill them up." He gestured toward 3 large plastic containers stacked near the door. "It's not a difficult walk, but those jugs will be heavy when they're full." I volunteered immediately, partly out of a sense of duty and partly because I was getting restless cooped up inside. Camden offered to come with me, along with 2 other scouts, Ryan, a quiet kid with thick glasses, and Brandon, who was known for his nervous laugh and tendency to jump at shadows. The 4 of us loaded the empty jugs into backpacks and prepared to venture out into the fog. As we stepped off the cabin's front porch, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. The fog muffled all sound, creating a bubble of silence that moved with us as we walked. Our footsteps on the pine needle path sounded unnaturally loud, and I found myself walking more quietly without consciously deciding to do so. The trail was well marked with small wooden posts, but the limited visibility made it feel like we were walking through an endless gray void. About halfway to our destination, we discovered something that would prove crucial later that night. Beside the trail, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, sat an old wooden cart with 2 large wheels and a long handle. It looked like something a groundskeeper might use to haul tools or supplies around the property. The wood was weathered and gray, but the cart appeared sturdy enough to handle some weight. "This could save us a lot of effort," I said, testing the handle. The cart rolled smoothly despite its age, and I realized it would be perfect for transporting the heavy water jugs back to the cabin. We made a mental note of its location and continued toward the pump house. The pump house materialized out of the fog like something from a fever dream. It was a small concrete block building with a single yellow light fixture mounted above a heavy metal door. Next to it stood a more modern structure that appeared to be a shower facility for campers, complete with exterior spigots and the electrical meter that hummed quietly in the damp air. Between the 2 buildings, an old-fashioned hand pump extended from a concrete pad, its metal handle worn smooth by countless hands. What struck me most about the location was how isolated it felt. We were near the edge of a small lake that we could barely make out through the fog, its dark water lapping gently against an unseen shore. The entire area felt abandoned, as if we were the first people to visit in months or even years. Rust stains streaked down the sides of the pump house, and spiderwebs stretched between the buildings, heavy with moisture from the fog. Camden approached the pump handle while Ryan and Brandon stood guard with the empty jugs. The mechanism was stiff at first, requiring both of us to work the handle up and down before water began to flow. The liquid that emerged was ice cold and had a metallic taste that suggested it came from deep underground. As we filled the first jug, the sound of rushing water seemed absurdly loud in the fog-muffled environment. "This place gives me the creeps," Brandon whispered, his voice barely audible over the pumping sounds. He kept glancing around nervously, adjusting his glasses and shifting his weight from foot to foot. "It feels like we're being watched." I had been thinking the same thing but hadn't wanted to voice it. There was something about the pump house area that felt wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Maybe it was the way the fog seemed thicker here, or how the yellow light created harsh shadows that shifted and moved with every small breeze. Or maybe it was the absolute silence from the lake, which should have been alive with the sounds of waterfowl and insects, but instead seemed completely dead. As we filled the second jug, Ryan pointed toward the shower building. "Look at that," he said quietly. Through one of the windows, we could see what appeared to be a figure standing motionless inside. The silhouette was barely visible through the grimy glass and fog, but it was definitely human-shaped and seemed to be facing in our direction. We all froze, staring at the window. After several long seconds, Camden called out, "Hello? Is someone in there?" His voice cracked slightly with nervousness. There was no response. The figure didn't move or acknowledge us in any way. After another minute of watching, the silhouette seemed to fade away. Though whether it had moved or was simply obscured by shifting fog was impossible to tell. "Probably just shadows," I said, trying to convince myself as much as the others. "The fog is playing tricks on us." But as we filled the third and final jug, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were indeed being observed. Every few minutes, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes that seemed to duck behind the buildings or slip back into the fog whenever I turned to look directly at them. The other boys were experiencing the same thing. I could see it in their tense postures and the way they kept scanning our surroundings. By the time we finished filling the water jugs, the fog had begun to lift slightly, revealing more of the lake and surrounding area. What we saw didn't make us feel any better. The lake stretched away into the distance, its surface perfectly still and black as oil. No boats were visible, no docks or other signs of human activity. On the far shore, dense forest pressed right up to the water's edge, creating an unbroken wall of dark trees. Loading the 3 full water jugs onto the cart we'd found proved to be more challenging than expected. Each jug now weighed over 40 pounds, and the cart's wooden bed was just barely large enough to accommodate all 3. Camden and I worked together to secure them with some bungee cords we'd brought, while Ryan and Brandon kept watch for any signs of the mysterious figure we'd seen in the shower building. The journey back to the cabin should have been straightforward, but the fog was playing havoc with our sense of direction. The wooden trail markers seemed to appear and disappear at random, and more than once we had to backtrack when the path seemed to fork in directions we didn't remember from our trip down. The cart's wheels, which had rolled smoothly when empty, now squeaked and groaned under the weight of the water, creating a rhythmic noise that seemed to echo strangely in the muffled air. About halfway back, we encountered something that made us all stop dead in our tracks. Stretched across the trail at about chest height was a single strand of spider web, but it was unlike any web I'd ever seen. The silk was thick and almost rope-like, glistening with moisture from the fog. What made it truly disturbing was its placement. It was positioned perfectly to catch someone walking down the trail, and it was far too large and strong to have been created by any ordinary spider. "That wasn't there when we came down," Camden said quietly, his voice tight with anxiety. He was right. We definitely would have walked into it on our way to the pump house. Someone or something had placed it there while we were filling the water jugs. Brandon laughed nervously. Maybe it's just a really big spider, you know, like those ones you see in nature documentaries. But his attempt at humor fell flat. We all knew that no spider in Michigan could create a web like this. I used a stick to break the web and clear the path, but the incident left us all even more on edge. As we continued toward the cabin, I noticed that the boys were unconsciously bunching together, staying as close to the cart as possible. The fog seemed to be closing in around us again, reducing our visibility to just a few feet in any direction. When we finally reached the cabin, the other scouts and leaders greeted us with obvious relief. Apparently, we'd been gone much longer than anyone expected, nearly 3 hours for what should have been a simple 1-hour round trip. Mr. Rodriguez looked particularly concerned as he helped us unload the water jugs. "Everything go okay down there?" he asked, studying our faces. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost." I exchanged glances with Camden before answering. "Just took longer than we thought. The fog made navigation tricky. I didn't mention the figure in the shower building or the mysterious web across the trail. Something told me that talking about those incidents would only make them seem more real, more threatening." The rest of the afternoon passed slowly. The fog finally lifted around 4 o'clock, revealing the full extent of our isolation. In every direction, unbroken forests stretched to the horizon. No roads were visible, no power lines, no signs of civilization except for the faint trail we'd followed to the pump house. The cabin suddenly felt like a tiny island of safety in a vast ocean of wilderness. As evening approached, Mr. Rodriguez made an announcement that filled me with dread. "We're going to need more water for tonight and tomorrow morning," he said, gesturing toward the 3 jugs we'd brought back. "A couple of you will need to make another run down to the pump house after dinner." My stomach dropped. The thought of returning to that isolated, fog-shrouded location was terrifying enough in daylight. The idea of going there after dark was almost unbearable. By 9 o'clock that evening, the temperature had dropped to near freezing, and a light frost was beginning to form on the cabin's windows. Inside, we'd built up a roaring fire in the stone fireplace, but the warmth seemed unable to penetrate the chill that had settled deep in my bones. When Mr. Rodriguez approached Camden and me about making the water run, I felt my heart begin to race. "I know it's not ideal timing," he said apologetically, "but we really can't wait until morning. We need water for cooking breakfast and cleaning up." He handed us each a heavy-duty flashlight and pointed toward the door. "Take the cart again and stick to the main trail. You should be back within an hour." I pulled on my heaviest coat and a pair of insulated gloves, but no amount of clothing could protect me from the feeling of dread that was growing stronger by the minute. From the moment I stepped outside the cabin's warm interior, every instinct I possessed screamed at me to turn around and go back inside. The darkness beyond our flashlight beams was absolute, a thick, suffocating blackness that seemed to swallow light and sound. Camden was trying to project confidence, but I could see the tension in his shoulders as we loaded the empty water jugs onto the cart. "It's just a quick trip," he said, as much to himself as to me. "Down and back, no problem." The trail that had been merely unsettling in daylight fog now felt actively malevolent in the darkness. Our flashlight beams created moving circles of visibility that only emphasized how much we couldn't see. The pine trees pressed in close on both sides, their branches creating overhead canopies that blocked out even the faint starlight. Every few steps, we'd hear sounds in the darkness, snapping twigs, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl that sounded almost human. About 10 minutes into our journey, we reached the area where we'd found the cart earlier that day. During daylight, it had seemed like a perfectly normal section of trail. Now, in the darkness, it felt like entering a different world entirely. The trees here were older and larger, their massive trunks disappearing into the blackness above our heads. The undergrowth was thicker too, creating countless hiding places where anything could be lurking just beyond the reach of our lights. "Did you hear that?" Camden whispered suddenly, stopping so abruptly that I nearly crashed the cart into him. I listened carefully but heard only the wind moving through the pine needles overhead. Hear what? Footsteps. Like someone walking parallel to the trail, keeping pace with us. His voice was barely audible, and I could see his hands shaking as he gripped his flashlight. We stood motionless for nearly a minute, straining to hear anything unusual. The forest around us was silent except for the natural sounds of wind and settling branches. But as we started walking again, I began to notice what Camden was talking about. There was a subtle rhythm in the background noise, a pattern that seemed to match our own footsteps but remained just out of sync enough to be noticeable. "It's probably just echoes," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. The sound was too deliberate, too consistent to be a simple echo. Whatever was making it was definitely keeping pace with us, staying roughly 20 or 30 feet off the trail, but matching our speed exactly. As we approached the fenced area where the canoes and kayaks were stored, the feeling of being watched intensified dramatically. The chain-link fence created geometric shadows in our flashlight beams, turning the familiar storage area into a maze of dark spaces where anything could be hiding. The boats themselves, overturned and covered with tarps, looked like sleeping animals in the darkness. "I can't do this," I said suddenly, stopping the cart and turning to face Camden. "Something is seriously wrong out here. We need to go back and get more people, or wait until morning." Camden's face was pale in the flashlight beam, but he shook his head stubbornly. "We're already halfway there. It would take just as long to go back as to keep going forward." He was right, mathematically speaking, but every fiber of my being was telling me to retreat. The sensation of being stalked had grown so strong that I felt like prey being herded toward a trap. But Camden was already walking ahead, and I couldn't abandon him to face whatever was out there alone. The pump house area looked entirely different in the darkness. The single yellow light above the door cast harsh shadows that seemed to move and shift with every small breeze, creating a constantly changing landscape of bright spots and impenetrable black pools. The lake beyond was invisible except for the occasional glint of reflected light on its surface, making it feel like we were standing at the edge of an abyss. As we approached the pump, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. The area around the buildings, which had been empty during our afternoon visit, was now littered with what looked like debris. Pieces of cloth, scattered papers, and dark stains on the concrete that definitely hadn't been there before. Camden saw it too, and we both stopped about 20 feet away from the pump. "Maybe someone else was here," he suggested, but his voice was uncertain. "Another camping group or something." I swept my flashlight beam across the scattered materials, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. The cloth pieces looked like they might have been clothing at one point, but they were now just torn rags covered in mud, and what might have been dried blood. The papers were too damaged to read, but they appeared to be pages torn from books or magazines. "We should go back," I said firmly. "Right now. Something happened here." But before Camden could respond, we heard a sound that made both of us freeze in terror. From somewhere inside the shower building came a low, rhythmic thumping noise, like someone pounding on a wall or door. The sound was muffled but persistent, and it seemed to be coming from multiple locations within the building simultaneously. Camden grabbed my arm. "There's someone trapped in there," he whispered urgently. "We have to help them." Every rational part of my mind was screaming that this was exactly the wrong thing to do, but the possibility that someone was in distress overrode my survival instincts. We approached the shower building cautiously, our flashlights trained on the dark windows. The thumping sounds continued, sometimes from the left side of the building, sometimes from the right, as if whatever was making them was moving around inside. "Hello?" Camden called out, his voice echoing strangely in the night air. "Is someone in there? Do you need help?" The thumping stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the noise had been. We waited for several long minutes, but there was no response, no indication that anyone had heard us. "Maybe it was just pipes," I suggested weakly. "Old building, water pressure issues." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The sounds had been too deliberate, too purposeful. And now, as we stood in the harsh yellow light, I was becoming aware of another disturbing detail. The ground around the shower building was covered with footprints, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all leading to and from the building in a chaotic pattern that suggested frantic activity. Some of the prints were clearly human, but others were harder to identify. They were roughly the same size as human footprints, but seemed to have an odd shape, as if the person making them had been wearing unusual shoes or had some kind of physical deformity. "We need to fill the water and get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Right now." Camden nodded, and we hurried to the pump. The mechanism worked exactly as it had during our afternoon visit, but every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The squeak of the handle, the rush of water into the jugs, even our own breathing seemed absurdly loud. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, convinced that something was approaching from the darkness behind us. As we filled the second jug, the thumping sounds from the shower building resumed. This time, they were accompanied by what sounded like scratching or scraping, as if someone was dragging fingernails across metal or concrete. The noises were definitely coming from inside the building, but they seemed to be moving around in ways that defied logic, sometimes from the ceiling, sometimes from the walls, sometimes from what sounded like underground. "Hurry up," Camden urged, his voice tight with panic. "Whatever's in there, I don't want to meet it." We were loading the third and final jug onto the cart when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Something large and dark had emerged from behind the pump house and was moving toward us with deliberate, measured steps. I spun around, training my flashlight beam in that direction, but the light revealed only empty ground and the dark tree line beyond. "Did you see that?" I asked Camden, but he was already pushing the cart toward the trail, eager to get away from the pump house area. "I saw something," he replied grimly. "Let's talk about it when we're back at the cabin." The return journey began badly and only got worse. The cart, now loaded with over 120 pounds of water, was much harder to maneuver on the uneven trail. The wheels caught on roots and rocks, and several times we nearly lost control entirely as we navigated around curves in the darkness. Our flashlight beams, which had seemed adequate on the way down, now felt pathetically weak against the surrounding blackness. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when Camden suddenly grabbed my arm. "Listen," he whispered urgently. I stopped pushing the cart and strained my ears. At first I heard only the normal sounds of the forest: wind through the trees, the distant hoot of an owl, the creak of settling branches. But then I caught it: the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the trail behind us. Not the subtle, off-rhythm sounds we'd heard earlier, but clear, deliberate footsteps that were definitely following us and getting closer. We both turned around, shining our flashlights back down the trail. The beams revealed nothing but empty paths stretching away into the darkness, but the footstep sounds continued. Whatever was making them was staying just beyond the reach of our lights, matching our pace and maintaining a consistent distance. "Maybe it's another camper," Camden suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "Someone else who needed water." I didn't bother responding. Every instinct I possessed was telling me that whatever was following us was not another camper. The footsteps had an odd quality to them, as if the person making them was having trouble maintaining a normal walking rhythm. Sometimes they came in quick bursts, sometimes they dragged slightly, and occasionally they seemed to pause for several seconds before resuming. We picked up our pace, pushing the cart as fast as we dared on the rough trail. The footsteps behind us immediately matched our increased speed. When we slowed down to navigate around a fallen branch, the sound slowed down too. Whatever was back there was definitely tracking us. As we approached the fenced area with the canoes and kayaks, the feeling of impending danger became almost overwhelming. This was the same spot where I'd felt most uneasy during our afternoon trip, and now in the darkness, it felt like walking into an ambush. The chain-link fence created a maze of shadows, and the overturned boats provided countless hiding places for anything that might be waiting for us. We need to move fast through this section, I told Camden. Don't stop for anything. He nodded, and we pushed the cart forward at a near jogging pace. The water jugs bounced and sloshed with our increased speed, and I was terrified that one of them would fall off and we'd have to stop to retrieve it. The footsteps behind us were getting closer now, no longer making any attempt at stealth. I could hear them clearly over the sound of the cartwheels and our own labored breathing. We were about halfway through the fenced area when Camden suddenly screamed, "What the hell is that?" I spun around to look where he was pointing, and my blood froze in my veins. Standing at the far end of the fenced area, clearly visible in our combined flashlight beams, was a figure that looked human, but moved in ways that were definitely not human. It was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothing that seemed to flutter and shift even though there was no wind. But what made it truly terrifying was the way it moved, not walking or running, but flowing across the ground like smoke, covering distance with impossible speed. "Run!" I shouted, abandoning any pretense of staying calm. We both broke into a sprint, leaving the cart behind in our panic. Camden, being smaller and faster, immediately pulled ahead of me, but I kept pace as best I could despite my injured knee and the 30-pound backpack I was still wearing. Behind us, I could hear the sound of something large crashing through the underbrush, moving much faster than any human could run. The trail that had seemed endless during our careful walk down now flashed by in a blur of pine trees and shadows. My lungs burned from the cold air and exertion, and my injured knee was sending shooting pains up my leg with every step. But I didn't dare slow down. Whatever was chasing us was gaining ground, and I could hear it breathing, deep, ragged gasps that sounded more animal than human. Camden was shouting something ahead of me, but I couldn't make out the words over the sound of my own pounding heartbeat and the crashing noises behind us. All I could think about was reaching the cabin, getting inside, and barricading the door against whatever was out there in the darkness. We burst through the cabin door like our lives depended on it, which they very well might have. Camden immediately slammed the door behind us and threw the deadbolt, while I collapsed onto the nearest chair, gasping for breath and shaking uncontrollably. The warm interior of the cabin felt like a sanctuary after the nightmare we'd just experienced, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't truly safe yet. Mr. Rodriguez and several other scouts immediately surrounded us, demanding to know what had happened and where we'd left the water. Between gasping breaths, I managed to explain that we'd had to abandon the cart and run, though I left out most of the details about what we'd seen. Camden was in even worse shape than me, shaking so badly he could barely speak. "Something was chasing us," he finally managed to say. "It wasn't human. It moved like nothing I've ever seen before." Mr. Rodriguez looked skeptical but concerned. "Are you sure it wasn't just a bear or a deer that spooked you? The mind can play tricks on you in the dark woods." I wanted to tell him about the figure we'd seen, about the way it had moved across the ground without seeming to touch it, but I knew how crazy it would sound. Instead, I just nodded and let him think we'd been frightened by a wild animal. After we'd warmed up and calmed down somewhat, Camden pulled me aside and described what he'd seen that made him scream. "When we got to the fence area," he said quietly, "I saw someone in my peripheral vision. A man, but not normal. He was running toward us at full speed, but he was running wrong, like his legs were too long, or his joints bent the wrong way. And when I blinked and looked directly at him, he just vanished." I believed him completely. I'd heard the running footsteps and had seen something myself, a dark silhouette that seemed to flicker in and out of existence at the edge of my vision. Whatever had been stalking us through the forest was not a bear or a deer or any other normal woodland creature. None of us got much rest that night. Every small sound outside the cabin, the wind in the trees, settling branches, the distant call of an owl, made us all tense up and stare toward the windows. I kept my flashlight next to my sleeping bag and jumped at every shadow that moved across the moonlit walls. When dawn finally arrived, painting the forest in shades of gray and gold, Mr. Rodriguez organized a search party to retrieve the abandoned water cart. I volunteered to go along, partly out of curiosity and partly because I needed to see the area in daylight to convince myself that what we'd experienced was real. The walk back to the fenced area in broad daylight was surreal. The trail that had seemed so threatening in the darkness now looked perfectly normal, just a dirt path winding through pine trees. But when we reached the spot where we'd abandoned the cart, we found evidence that our terror had been justified. The cart was exactly where we'd left it, with all 3 water jugs still secure in the wooden bed. But the ground around it told a disturbing story. The soft earth was covered with footprints, dozens of them, all apparently made by the same person. The prints circled the cart multiple times, as if someone had been examining it carefully from every angle. But these weren't normal footprints. They were elongated and narrow, at least twice as long as any human foot should be. The impressions were deep too, suggesting that whatever made them was either very heavy or moving with tremendous force. Most disturbing of all, some of the prints showed what appeared to be claw marks at the toe end. Camden and I exchanged glances but said nothing. Mr. Rodriguez and the other adults examined the prints with obvious puzzlement, but no one offered any explanations. We loaded the cart and headed back to the cabin in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts about what we'd discovered. As we packed up our gear later that morning, preparing for the drive home, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief to be leaving. The cabin that had seemed like an adventure just 2 days earlier now felt like a trap, and the surrounding forest seemed to press in on us with malevolent intent. But as our convoy of vehicles pulled away from the clearing and began the long drive back to civilization, I caught one final glimpse of something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. In my side mirror, I saw a tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the tree line watching us leave. It was too far away to make out any details, but something about its posture and the way it held itself made it clear that it wasn't human. Camden saw it too. He gripped my arm and pointed back toward the cabin, but when we both turned around to look directly, the figure was gone. Only empty forest remained, peaceful and normal in the morning sunlight. To this day, I'm not sure what we encountered in those woods. Was it some kind of hermit living wild in the forest? A person with severe mental illness who had been stalking campers? Or was it something else entirely? Something that science hasn't cataloged and probably wouldn't believe. I've never been able to find the exact location of that cabin again. Mr. Rodriguez left our scout troop a few months later, and the rental records seem to have disappeared. Sometimes I wonder if the whole experience was some kind of shared delusion, a mass hysteria brought on by isolation and darkness. But then I remember the footprints we found the next morning, and the look of absolute terror on Camden's face when he saw that figure running toward us. Whatever was stalking us through those dark woods was real, and it's still out there somewhere, waiting in the shadows for the next group of unsuspecting campers to venture too far from safety. I pray to God that I never have to find out what it really was. For 15 years, I've lived my life behind the wheel of a Peterbilt, watching America scroll by through my windshield like an endless documentary on the changing landscape of this vast country. The rhythmic hum of 18 wheels on asphalt has been my lullaby and truck stop coffee my lifeblood. The names Hank Mercer and long-haul trucking isn't just my profession, it's my calling. Most people don't understand the solitude of the open road, the strange brotherhood that exists among those of us who spend more time in our cabs than in our homes. We're modern-day nomads, delivering the lifeblood of commerce across state lines while the rest of the world sleeps. It's not glamorous, but there's a freedom to it that gets in your blood and never leaves. That Wednesday, in late October, started like any other. I was at the Flying J outside of Butte, Montana, loading up on caffeine before heading east with a trailer full of industrial equipment bound for Minneapolis. The morning air had that sharp bite that signals winter's approach in the northern states, crisp enough to make your lungs ache if you breathed too deeply. "Gonna be a cold one tonight, Hank," said Doris, the night shift waitress who'd been serving me eggs and hash browns for the better part of a decade. She topped off my coffee with practiced precision. "They're saying snow in the passes by tomorrow. Appreciate the heads up, I replied, leaving her a generous tip before heading back to my rig. I'll try to beat it through to Billings before it hits. My truck was a 2019 Peterbilt 389, midnight blue with chrome accents that caught the early morning sun like liquid silver. Not the newest model, but maintained with religious devotion. In this business, your rig is your livelihood, your home, and sometimes your only companion. I settled into the worn leather seat, adjusted my mirrors, and began my pre-drive check, a ritual as familiar as brushing my teeth. The diesel engine rumbled to life, a comforting growl that vibrated through the cabin. The dispatcher had already sent my route details to my phone, but something about technology still felt intrusive in the sanctuary of my cab. I preferred paper maps and instinct. Old school, Randy called it. Randy Wilcox had been my road buddy for nearly 7 years, ever since we got stranded at the same truck stop during an ice storm in Wyoming. He was hauling produce west while I was headed east with electronics. We ended up playing cards for 12 hours straight, swapping stories about life on the road, and formed a friendship that stuck. We tried to sync our routes when possible, kept in touch by CB, and always had each other's backs. Breaker 19, this is Blue Thunder. Randy, you got your ears on? I spoke into the CB radio, using the handle I'd had since my first solo run. Static crackled before Randy's voice came through. Morning, Hank. I'm about 50 miles east of you on I-90. Clear sailing so far. Good to hear. I'm rolling out now. Should catch up to you by lunchtime. Roger that. Smoky report is all clear. See you at the usual spot. The usual spot was a small roadside diner just outside of Livingston. Family-owned, great food, and off the beaten path enough that it wasn't overrun with tourists. Randy and I tried to meet there whenever our routes aligned. As I pulled onto the interstate, the rising sun painted the Montana mountains in shades of purple and gold. Moments like these were why I could never give up the road, the solitary witness to America waking up, the ever-changing tableau of natural beauty that most people only see in photographs. The first few hours passed without incident. Traffic was light, the weather held, and the satellite radio kept me company with a mixture of classic rock and true crime podcasts. I'd always had a fascination with the darker side of human nature. Something about the isolation of the highway made you think about vulnerability and the thin line between safety and danger. It was nearly noon when my GPS alerted me to a traffic delay ahead. An accident had closed 2 lanes about 20 miles up, causing a backup that would add at least an hour to my drive time. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio. Hank, you seeing that mess on I-90? Just got the alert, I confirmed, looking at a significant delay. There's a detour you can take, old service road that runs parallel for about 30 miles. Might save you some time. I'm sending the directions to your phone now. I frowned. Detours weren't uncommon, but I preferred sticking to main routes, especially in mountain country where service roads could quickly become treacherous. Still, time was money in this business, and the client in Minneapolis was expecting their delivery by Friday morning. Copy that. I'll check it out. The directions led me to an exit I'd passed dozens of times but never taken. A narrow off-ramp that disappeared into dense pine forest. A weathered sign indicated it was Forest Service Road 217, but the paint was so faded it was barely legible. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hesitated, then reached for my phone to call Randy. Hey, dispatch is routing me on some Forest Service road to bypass an accident. You ever take 217 near Belgrade? Randy's voice came through, breaking up slightly. Can't say I have. Sounds sketchy. Might be better to delay. His voice dissolved into static, then silence. Cell reception was spotty in these mountains at the best of times. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, considering my options. The traffic report now showed the backup extending for miles with no estimated clearance time. The detour would save me hours if it worked out. Ah, hell, I muttered, and turned onto the exit. Little did I know that this simple decision, one made by truckers every day, would change my life forever. That it would lead me down a twisted path into darkness. That by nightfall I would be fighting for my life in a remote clearing, bleeding from a shotgun wound, with no one but the stars to witness my struggle. But that's getting ahead of the story. First, I had to make my way down that lonely forest road, where the shadows seemed to deepen with every mile, and the strange sense of being watched grew stronger with each passing moment. Forest Service Road 217 started innocently enough, a 2-lane paved road winding through towering pines. My GPS showed it running roughly parallel to the interstate for about 30 miles before reconnecting near Bozeman. The dispatcher had said it would save me time, but something felt off from the moment my tires hit the pavement. The road was eerily empty. No other vehicles, no signs of maintenance, just an endless corridor of trees pressing in from both sides. The pavement gradually deteriorated, cracked asphalt giving way to patches of gravel, then back to pavement so weathered it looked ancient. My rig bounced and swayed, the load shifting slightly behind me. Should have stuck to the damn interstate, I muttered, slowing to a crawl over a particularly rough section. 2 hours in, and I was beginning to think I'd made a serious miscalculation. The GPS signal kept cutting out, leaving me with nothing but my own sense of direction and the vague notion that I was still heading east. The forest had thickened to the point where midday sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting the road in a perpetual twilight. I tried the CB again. Breaker 19, this is Blue Thunder. Anybody copy? Nothing but static answered me. My phone showed no service. The radio stations had dissolved into white noise miles back, and the only sound was the labored breathing of my engine as it navigated the increasingly challenging terrain. I was completely alone. It was around 3 p.m. when I spotted the first sign of human presence, a rusted mailbox tilting drunkenly at the mouth of a narrow dirt driveway. No name, no address, just a silent sentinel at the edge of the forest. As I passed, I caught a glimpse of something down that driveway. What might have been a cabin, or perhaps just a shadow playing tricks on my eyes. The road grew narrower, forcing me to slow to a crawl. My 18-wheeler was never meant for routes like this, and I cursed myself for not trusting my initial instincts. The dispatcher had clearly never driven this road herself, or she'd never have suggested it for a rig my size. Another hour passed. The GPS flickered back to life momentarily, showing me miles from where I thought I was. Deeper into the national forest, on a road that didn't seem to have any connection to the interstate at all. Then it died again, the screen going black as if to emphasize my isolation. As daylight began to fade, panic crept in around the edges of my thoughts. I was low on fuel, with no idea how far it was to the next town. Turning around on this narrow road would be nearly impossible with my trailer. The only option was to press forward and hope the road eventually led somewhere. That's when I spotted the clearing. It opened up suddenly on my right, a wide, flat area just off the road that looked like it might have been used for logging operations once upon a time. Large enough to park my rig and reassess the situation. Maybe even attempt a 3-point turn if necessary. I pulled off the road, the tires crunching on gravel and pine needles. The engine sighed with relief as I cut the ignition. The sudden silence was absolute, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. No birds, no insects, no distant traffic noise, just the occasional ping of cooling metal from my engine. Stepping down from the cab, I stretched my cramped muscles and took stock of my surroundings. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 100 yards across, bordered on all sides by dense forest. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if studying this human intruder in their domain. The air smelled of pine resin and something else, something metallic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. My watch showed 5:17 p.m. Daylight was already fading, and with it, any realistic hope of finding my way back to civilization before dark. I reached for my phone again. Still no service. The CB radio in my truck remained stubbornly silent. I was deciding whether to spend the night in my cab or risk driving further in the dark when I heard it. The distant rumble of an approaching vehicle. Relief washed over me. Another soul on this godforsaken road meant potential help, or at least information about where the hell I was. The sound grew louder, and I moved to the edge of the clearing to flag down the approaching driver. The vehicle rounded the bend. An old Ford pickup truck, once white, but now a patchwork of rust and primer. It slowed as it approached the clearing, then turned in, headlights sweeping across me like searchlights. The truck stopped about 30 yards away, engine idling roughly. The headlights remained on, blinding me and preventing me from seeing the driver clearly. A moment passed, then another. Nobody emerged from the cab. "Hello?" I called out, raising a hand to shield my eyes from the glare. "You from around here? I could use some directions." The driver's door creaked open, and a figure stepped out, tall and lean, silhouetted against the headlights. Something about the deliberate way he moved sent a chill down my spine. He stood there for a long moment, just watching me. "Road's not meant for big rigs," he finally said, his voice a gravelly rasp that barely carried across the clearing. "You're lost." It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "Yeah, trying to bypass an accident on I-90. GPS routed me this way." He laughed, a dry sound like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. "Ain't no way back to the interstate from here. Not for something that size." He began walking toward me, his movements stiff but purposeful. As he got closer, details emerged from the shadows. Faded flannel shirt, work-worn jeans, beard streaked with gray. His face remained in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me, assessing. "Where does this road lead, then?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual despite the growing unease in my gut. "Nowhere you want to go." He stopped about 10 feet away, just close enough for me to make out his features in the fading light. Deep-set eyes, hollow cheeks, skin weathered by decades of mountain sun and wind. But it was his expression that froze my blood. Utterly emotionless, eyes flat and cold as river stones. I noticed then what he carried. A shotgun, held casually at his side as if it were simply an extension of his arm. "That's quite a greeting," I said, nodding toward the weapon. "Bears in these woods," he replied tonelessly. "Never know what you might run into." My eyes darted back to my truck, calculating the distance. My own firearm was locked in the glove compartment. Might as well have been on the moon for all the good it did me now. "Look," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm just trying to get back to the main road. If you could point me in the right direction, I'll be on my way." "What's your hurry?" he asked, taking another step forward. "Night's coming on. Dangerous to drive these roads in the dark." Every instinct I had was screaming danger. 15 years on the road, I'd encountered all types. Helpful locals, suspicious rednecks, tweakers looking for easy targets. This man was something else entirely. There was no emotion behind his eyes, no humanity I could appeal to. "I appreciate the concern," I said, beginning to edge back toward my truck. "But I really need to." "Empty your pockets," he cut in, raising the shotgun slightly. Nice and slow. The game was up. This wasn't about directions or mountain hospitality. This was a robbery, plain and simple. Or something worse. "Take it easy," I said, my hands rising instinctively. "I don't want any trouble." "Pockets, now." The shotgun was pointed at my chest, his finger hovering near the trigger. Slowly, I reached into my jacket, pulling out my wallet. "Look, there's about 200 in cash. Take it and let me be on my way." "All of it," he insisted. "Phone too." I complied, removing my phone and a couple packs of cigarettes I kept for the long hauls. He stepped forward, snatching the items from my outstretched hand and pocketing the wallet and phone. The cigarettes he examined briefly before tucking them away as well. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. He didn't answer, just raised the shotgun and took aim. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. but the clearing was empty save for some rocks and sticks. In that moment, staring down the barrel of that shotgun, I realized with perfect clarity that I was going to die here in this nameless clearing, miles from anywhere, at the hands of a stranger whose motivation I couldn't begin to understand. All the miles I'd driven, all the sunrises I'd witnessed from my cab, all the plans I had, none of it mattered now. The man's finger tightened on the trigger, and I braced myself for the end. Before I could react, he fired. The blast was deafening, echoing through the clearing like a crack of thunder. Pain exploded in my side as I crumpled to the ground, the world tilting sideways around me. I hadn't even had time to turn away. The shotgun pellets had torn through my left side, just below the ribs. I expected a second shot to finish the job, but it never came. Instead, I heard him laughing. A cold, emotionless sound that was somehow worse than the shotgun blast. He walked back to his truck, boots crunching on the gravel, the sound seeming absurdly loud in my shock-heightened senses. "Thanks for the smokes," he called back, his voice casual, as if we'd just concluded a pleasant business transaction. The Ford's engine roared to life, tires spinning in the dirt as he pulled away. The sound faded gradually until I was left in silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the soft patter of my blood soaking into the earth. I tried to assess the damage, hands fumbling at my side, coming away sticky and dark. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, a searing, white-hot agony that seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. I could feel wetness spreading across my shirt, warm at first, then cooling rapidly in the mountain air. "Help!" I tried to call out, but it emerged as little more than a whisper. There was no one to hear me anyway, just miles of indifferent forest in every direction. I needed to get to my truck, to the first aid kit, to the radio. 10 yards might as well have been 10 miles in my condition, but I began to drag myself across the ground, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through my body. The dirt beneath me turned dark with blood, leaving a macabre trail behind me. Night was falling rapidly now, the clearing dimming to murky twilight. The temperature dropped with the sun, and I began to shiver. From cold or shock, I couldn't tell which. Probably both. My thoughts became increasingly disjointed as blood loss took its toll. I thought about Randy, wondering if he was looking for me yet. About my sister in Oregon, who I hadn't spoken to in months because of some stupid argument I couldn't even remember. About my dog, Rusty, staying with a neighbor while I was on this run. Who would take care of him if I didn't make it back? Time lost all meaning as I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness. The stars appeared, impossibly bright against the black sky, reminding me of all the nights I'd parked in remote places, just to gaze up at them from my sleeping cab. The mountain air smelled of pine and my own blood, a coppery tang that seemed to grow stronger as the night wore on. At some point I became aware of eyes watching me from the tree line, pinpoints of reflected starlight that blinked and shifted position. Coyotes, maybe, or wolves, drawn by the scent of blood. They kept their distance for now, but they were patient. They could afford to wait. "Not yet," I whispered to them, to myself, to whatever might be listening. Not like this. I don't know how long I lay there, bleeding and helpless. Time lost all meaning. I drifted in and out of consciousness, each return to awareness bringing fresh waves of pain and the realization that I was still alive, still fighting. During one of my lucid moments, I noticed a strange luminescence in the forest, pale blue lights that seemed to dance between the trees. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but they remained, moving closer to the clearing with each passing moment. "Help!" I tried again, my voice a rasping whisper. The lights paused, hovering at the edge of the clearing. There seemed to be a pattern to their movement, almost deliberate, as if they were communicating with each other. I'd heard stories from other truckers about strange phenomena in remote mountain areas. Lights that lured travelers off roads, entities that were neither human nor animal. "Please," I managed, reaching a bloody hand toward them. The lights retreated slightly, then advanced again. I could almost make out shapes behind them, tall, slender silhouettes that moved with unnatural grace. My rational mind insisted they were hallucinations brought on by blood loss and trauma, but some deeper, more primitive part of me recognized them as something else entirely. Just as they reached the edge of the clearing, perhaps 20 yards from where I lay, headlights appeared on the forest road. Real, solid, unmistakably human headlights cutting through the darkness. The blue lights vanished instantly, retreating into the forest as if they'd never been. A truck pulled into the clearing, its headlights illuminating my prone form. The driver's door flew open, and a familiar figure emerged. Jesus, Hank, what the hell happened? Randy's voice, rough with panic, was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. Guy, Ford, shotgun, I managed to gasp out, each word a monumental effort. Randy was at my side in an instant, his face pale with shock as he took in my condition. Holy shit, you're bleeding bad. Hold on, buddy. Just hold on. He ran back to his truck, returning with a first aid kit and his satellite phone. His hands moved with surprising gentleness for such a big man, applying pressure bandages to my wound, covering me with his jacket to ward off shock. This is gonna hurt, he warned, before pouring something that burned like liquid fire over the wound. I must have screamed, because the next thing I remember is his hand clamping over my mouth. Shh. We don't know if he's still out here. Randy called for help, his voice terse as he gave our coordinates from his GPS unit. Yes, gunshot wound. No, I don't know who. He's losing a lot of blood. Please hurry. He stayed with me, talking constantly to keep me conscious, alternating between reassurances and questions about what had happened. I told him everything I could remember. The detour, the clearing, the man with the shotgun. Did you see his face? Would you recognize him? Randy asked, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if expecting the shooter to return. Yes, I whispered. I'll never forget it. Within an hour, the whump-whump of helicopter blades cut through the night. A search and rescue team had been dispatched from Bozeman, alerted by Randy's call. Bright lights illuminated the clearing as they landed, transforming the nightmarish scene into something clinical and urgent. Paramedics swarmed around me, their voices a blur of medical terminology. IVs were inserted, monitors attached, my wound examined and temporarily treated. They loaded me onto a stretcher, Randy's face the last thing I saw before they closed the helicopter doors. I'll meet you at the hospital, he called. Don't you dare die on me, Hank. As the helicopter lifted off, I caught one last glimpse of the clearing below. The dark stain of my blood on the ground, Randy's truck parked beside my abandoned rig, and just for a moment, what looked like pale blue lights at the forest edge, watching us depart. Then the darkness took me completely, and I knew nothing more. I woke to the steady beep of a cardiac monitor and the antiseptic smell of hospital linens. The ceiling above me was acoustic tile, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lighting that made my eyes water. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then the pain in my side brought it all crashing back. A nurse noticed I was awake and approached, checking the monitors before addressing me. Welcome back, Mr. Mercer. You're at Bozeman Deaconess Hospital. Do you remember what happened to you? Shot, I managed, my throat raw from intubation. In the woods. She nodded, adjusting something on my IV. The doctor will be in shortly. You're very lucky to be alive. Lucky wasn't exactly how I felt, but I understood her meaning. The shotgun blast had torn through muscle and tissue but somehow missed vital organs. 6 inches higher or to the right, and I'd have been dead before Randy found me. The doctor arrived, a tired-looking woman in her 50s with short gray hair and glasses perched on her nose. Mr. Mercer, I'm Dr. Patel. You've been through quite an ordeal. She explained the extent of my injuries, multiple pellet wounds to the left side, significant blood loss, early-stage hypothermia, and shock. I'd been in surgery for 4 hours while they removed shotgun pellets and repaired damaged tissue. You'll have some impressive scars, she concluded. But with physical therapy and time, we expect a full recovery. The police are waiting to speak with you if you feel up to it. I nodded, wincing at the pain the movement caused. Send them in. 2 officers entered, a weathered state trooper named Dawson and a younger sheriff's deputy called Martinez. They pulled up chairs beside my bed, notebooks ready. Mr. Mercer, Trooper Dawson began, we need to get your statement about what happened out there. I told them everything I could remember, the detour, the clearing, the man with the shotgun. I described him in detail, mid-50s to early 60s, about 6 feet tall, lean but strong, gray-streaked beard, hollow cheeks, dead eyes. The Ford pickup, white once but now rusted and primer-patched. The casual way he'd shot me, as if he were putting down a wounded animal rather than murdering a human being. He took my wallet and phone, I added. But that wasn't why he did it. He was going to shoot me regardless. Martinez took detailed notes while Dawson asked clarifying questions. They showed me a series of mugshots, but none of them matched the man I'd seen. Forest Service Road 217 has been a problem area, Dawson admitted. There have been reports of missing hikers, vandalized vehicles. Nothing like this, though. Any other victims? I asked. The officers exchanged glances. Nothing confirmed, Martinez said carefully. But there are unsolved missing persons cases in the area. People who disappeared while traveling alone. They promised to increase patrols, to check the area thoroughly, to put out an APB on the truck and driver. But I could tell from their expressions that they didn't hold out much hope of finding him. The mountains were vast, the population sparse, and a man who knew the back roads could disappear like smoke. After they left, exhaustion claimed me again, and I drifted into uneasy sleep filled with dreams of blue lights among the trees and a faceless figure raising a shotgun. The next time I woke, Randy was sitting beside my bed, his massive frame looking incongruous in the small hospital chair. His normally jovial face was creased with worry, but he managed to smile when he saw I was awake. You look like hammered shit, he greeted me, reaching over to gently squeeze my shoulder. Feel worse, I croaked. Thanks for finding me. Damn lucky I did, he said, his voice rough with emotion. When you didn't show at our meetup spot, I tried your cell. Nothing. Called dispatch, and they said you'd taken some forest road detour. Didn't sound right. You always stick to the main routes. So I backtracked, found where you'd turned off, and followed. I owed him my life, and we both knew it. In our line of work, we learn early on who we can count on. Randy had always been that person for me. The police find anything? I asked. He shook his head. They're looking, but... He trailed off, not needing to complete the thought. We both understood the odds. Randy stayed most of the day, leaving only to retrieve some clothes and personal items from my truck, which had been towed to a secure lot. He brought news from the outside world. My cargo had been transferred to another driver. My company was handling the insurance. My sister had been notified and was flying in the next day. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of pain medication, physical therapy sessions, and police interviews. They never found the man with the shotgun or my stolen wallet. My phone turned up in a ditch 20 miles from the clearing, smashed beyond repair. My sister arrived, bringing with her a wave of both comfort and tension. Catherine and I had always been close in our way, but we were as different as siblings could be. She the settled academic with a husband and 2 kids in Portland, me the nomadic trucker with no fixed address. Still, blood called to blood, and she stayed for a week, helping with my recovery and trying, in her way, to understand the life that had led me to that clearing. You could come stay with us while you recover, she offered on her last day. The guest room is yours as long as you need it. It was tempting. The thought of returning to the road filled me with a dread I'd never experienced before. But I knew myself well enough to recognize that hiding wouldn't heal what was broken inside me. Thanks, Kat, I said, squeezing her hand. But I need to get back on my own 2 feet. My own way. She looked disappointed, but not surprised. "Just promise me you'll be more careful. No more detours." "No more detours," I agreed. I stayed in the hospital for a week, recovering from the gunshot wound. Randy visited every day, bringing me news from the road and keeping my spirits up. My fellow truckers rallied around me in their way, sending messages, arranging for my dog to be cared for, even starting a collection to help with expenses not covered by insurance. The police investigation stalled. They found evidence that someone had been living in an abandoned hunting cabin near the clearing. Empty food cans, cigarette butts, a makeshift bed. But whoever it was had cleared out, leaving no fingerprints or DNA. They did find 3 sets of bones. Deer, they said, though something about the way the trooper avoided my eyes when he told me made me wonder. Nightmares plagued me. The man with the shotgun, the blue lights in the forest, the feeling of my blood soaking into the earth. I'd wake gasping, the hospital room momentarily transformed into that clearing, the medical equipment becoming twisted trees closing in around me. The hospital psychiatrist diagnosed PTSD and prescribed medication, which I accepted but rarely took. The pills dulled everything, not just the fear, and I needed my edge if I was going to recover. When I finally got out, I took some time off to heal and think about what had happened. My company was understanding, putting me on medical leave with partial pay while I recovered. I rented a small apartment in Bozeman, unwilling to stray too far from the place where it had happened. I needed to face this thing, whatever it was, on its own ground. Physical therapy was grueling but effective. By the 3rd month, I could move without constant pain, though weather changes sent twinges through my scarred side. The deeper wounds, the ones no one could see, were slower to heal. I found myself jumping at sudden noises, scanning parking lots for white Ford pickups, sleeping with a loaded gun beside my bed. I avoided forests and isolated areas, preferring the anonymity of crowded streets and well-lit stores. Night terrors continued, though less frequently as time passed. But the strangest aftermath was my obsession with the blue lights I'd seen in the forest. In my more rational moments, I dismissed them as hallucinations brought on by blood loss and trauma. But late at night, when sleep eluded me, I found myself researching similar phenomena reported in mountain regions across the country. I discovered accounts from hikers, hunters, and other truckers who described seeing similar lights in remote areas. Dancing blue orbs that seemed to move with purpose, sometimes leading travelers deeper into wilderness, sometimes watching from a distance. Native American legends spoke of spirit lights that appeared to those close to death. Scientists dismissed them as swamp gas or electrical phenomena. Whatever they were, I couldn't shake the feeling that they had been coming for me before Randy arrived, and I wasn't sure if their intentions had been to help or to claim. 4 months after the shooting, the police called with news. They'd found my wallet in a pawn shop 200 miles away in Idaho. The man who'd pawned it matched the description I'd given, but he'd used a fake ID and disappeared before they could apprehend him. It wasn't much, but it confirmed what I already knew. He was still out there somewhere. As my body healed, I began to contemplate returning to the road. Not out of desire, but necessity. Trucking was the only life I knew, and my savings wouldn't last forever. The question wasn't if I would drive again, but how I would face the fear that now lived permanently in my gut. 6 months to the day after I was shot, I climbed back into the cab of my Peterbilt. The company had kept it for me, understanding the bond between a driver and his rig. It had been detailed and serviced, the seat adjusted to accommodate my still tender side, a new satellite radio installed as a welcome-back gift. My first run would be simple, a straight shot from Bozeman to Billings on I-90, hauling agricultural equipment. No detours, no forest roads, no isolated stops. Randy had arranged to make the same run, riding tandem with me the whole way. "Just like riding a bike," he said over the CB as we pulled out of the depot. "Except the bike weighs 40 tons and could flatten a Volkswagen." I managed to laugh, but my hands were slick with sweat on the wheel. Every curve in the road, every passing pickup truck sent my heart rate spiking. By the time we reached Livingston, my shirt was soaked through and my jaw ached from clenching. We stopped at our usual diner, though it took Randy some convincing to get me inside. I kept my back to the wall, eyes constantly moving to the door, barely tasting the food I mechanically consumed. "It gets easier," Randy said quietly. "My first run after Iraq was the same. Thought every piece of trash on the road was an IED. I hadn't known he'd served. In all our years of friendship, he'd never mentioned it. That was the way with road friendships. Sometimes you knew a man's deepest fears before you knew his history." "How'd you get past it?" I asked. He considered the question, stirring his coffee thoughtfully. "Never really did completely. Just learned to live alongside it. The fear becomes like a passenger, always there, but you decide if it gets to drive." Simple wisdom, but it helped. By the time we reached Billings, I'd settled into a rhythm. Not comfortable yet, but functional. We delivered our loads, spent the night at a modem near the depot, and headed back the next day. Over the following weeks, I gradually increased my range and complexity of runs. Bozeman to Missoula, Missoula to Spokane. Eventually, a long haul to Minneapolis, the run I'd been on when everything went sideways. I still kept to the main roads, avoided driving after dark when possible, and carried a licensed firearm in my cab. I'd given up cigarettes, couldn't stand the smell of them anymore, the association too strong with the man who'd shot me. I still had nightmares, but they were less frequent, less vivid. What I couldn't shake was the feeling of being watched. Sometimes on empty stretches of highway, I'd catch glimpses of movement in my mirrors, never anything concrete, just impressions of something pacing my truck. At night in rest stops, I'd wake to what sounded like footsteps circling my rig, though security cameras never showed anyone. And then there were the lights. I'd spot them occasionally, blue luminescence hovering at the tree line along remote stretches of road. Never close enough to make out details, always gone when I looked directly at them. I told myself they were reflections, fireflies, electrical anomalies, anything but what my gut told me they were. 3 months into my return to driving, I was making a run through eastern Montana when a familiar voice crackled over my CB. "Breaker 19 for that Blue Thunder. You got your ears on, Hank?" I hadn't heard that voice in nearly a year, but I recognized it instantly. The same gravelly rasp that had told me to empty my pockets before shooting me and leaving me for dead. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. I snatched up the handset, thoughts racing. Should I respond? Ignore it? Call the police? "I know you're listening, truck driver," the voice continued. "Been watching you a long time now. You're a hard man to kill." My hand trembled as I pressed the transmit button. "What do you want?" A chuckle crackled through the speaker. "Just to say hello, and that I'll be seeing you again sooner or later. Maybe next time those pretty blue lights won't be interrupted." I pulled over, scanning the highway behind and ahead of me, searching for the white Ford pickup. Nothing but empty roads stretched in both directions, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the asphalt. "Where are you?" I demanded into the CB. "Closer than you think. Always closer than you think." The transmission ended with a burst of static. I tried to call him back, but there was no response. Just silence and the distant rumble of highway traffic. I called the police, reported the communication, gave them my location. They sent a patrol car, took my statement, promised to look into it. But we all knew it was futile. CB transmissions were virtually untraceable, and without knowing where he was broadcasting from, they had nothing to go on. That night, parked at a busy truck stop with security cameras and plenty of witnesses around, I finally pulled out the journal I'd been keeping since the shooting. In it, I documented everything: the attack, the recovery, the nightmares, the blue lights, and now this new contact. Looking over my entries, a pattern emerged that I hadn't noticed before. The sightings of blue lights, the feelings of being watched. They always seemed to occur near the anniversary of the shooting, or when I was passing through certain areas of Montana. Whatever this was, Whether a deranged hunter who got his kicks from targeting truckers, or something more inexplicable tied to those blue lights in the forest, it wasn't over. Maybe it would never be over. I still drive trucks. But I'm more cautious now. I stick to the main roads, avoid detours, and I always keep a gun in the cab. The open road doesn't feel quite as free as it used to, but it's still my livelihood, my life. That night in Montana changed me. It reminded me that no matter how much we think we're in control, there's always an element of unpredictability out there. And sometimes, that unpredictability comes with a shotgun and a cold, calculating stare. I never found out who that man was or why he targeted me. Maybe it was random, or maybe he had a reason I'll never understand. But one thing's for sure. I'll never forget the fear and helplessness I felt in that clearing, and I'll never take the safety of the open road for granted again. Life goes on, and so does the road. But every time I pass a beat-up old Ford, I can't help but wonder if it's him, watching, waiting. And I grip the wheel a little tighter, knowing that out there in the vast expanse of America, danger can find you when you least expect it. And sometimes, when I'm driving through the mountains at dusk, I catch glimpses of blue lights among the trees, keeping pace with my truck. I don't know if they're harbingers of death or some kind of protection. All I know is that they're watching, always watching, and someday I might find out why. Until then, I keep driving. Because that's what truckers do. We keep moving forward, no matter what darkness waits around the next bend. I remember the spring of 2014 vividly when I was 14 years old, and in my final year at St. Agnes Catholic Elementary School in Burlington, Ontario. Our lakeside city, nestled comfortably between Hamilton and Toronto, had always felt safe and predictable. The biggest excitement most of us experienced was the occasional storm rolling in from Lake Ontario, but even those seemed tame compared to what awaited us. Every year, the 8th grade students at our school looked forward to 2 traditional trips. The first in autumn was a mandatory religious retreat about 40 minutes from the city. 3 days of forced participation in Christian fellowship activities that none of us particularly enjoyed. It was essentially an extended religion class disguised as camping, complete with morning prayers, Bible study sessions, and team-building exercises that revolved around faith and moral character. The second trip, however, was the one we all anticipated, a weekend in Ottawa during late spring. Previous classes had spent their time exploring Parliament Hill, visiting the Canadian Museum of History, and wandering through Byward Market. It was educational but fun, urban but manageable. We had spent months planning what we would do, which museums we would prioritize, what souvenirs we might buy. Then, in early March, our homeroom teacher, Mrs. Kowalski, made an announcement that changed everything. Due to budget constraints and scheduling conflicts with other schools, our Ottawa trip had been canceled. Instead, we would be taking a second camping trip, this one to Algonquin Provincial Park, approximately 4 hours north of Burlington. The collective groan that escaped from our classroom was audible down the hallway. Algonquin Park was wilderness, real wilderness. Dense forests, isolated lakes, and minimal cell phone coverage. For a group of suburban kids who considered a power outage during a thunderstorm to be roughing it, this was devastating news. My stomach dropped particularly hard because my family had always been adamantly opposed to camping. My parents, both accountants who preferred their nature experiences to come with indoor plumbing and climate control, had successfully avoided any outdoor adventures throughout my childhood. The closest I had come to sleeping outdoors was the time our air conditioner broke during a July heat wave, and we had slept in the backyard for one night before my father caved and booked us into a hotel. Mrs. Kowalski tried to maintain enthusiasm as she described the camp facilities at Algonquin. There would be cabins, she assured us, not tents. There was a mess hall for meals, proper bathroom facilities, and organized activities led by experienced camp counselors. She made it sound almost civilized, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. This was uncharted territory for all of us. The weeks leading up to the trip were filled with anxious preparation. Parents organized shopping expeditions for sleeping bags, flashlights, and insect repellent. My mother, clearly as nervous as I was about the whole endeavor, purchased enough supplies to outfit a small expedition team. She packed multiple flashlights with extra batteries, industrial-strength bug spray, a first aid kit that could stock a small clinic, and enough non-perishable snacks to feed me for a week. My father, attempting to be supportive, shared stories of his own childhood camping experiences in northern Ontario with his grandfather. These tales, meant to be reassuring, instead filled me with dread. He described waking up to find raccoons had ransacked their campsite, getting lost on hiking trails that seemed to shift and change in the darkness, and the unsettling way sounds carried differently in the deep forest at night. The thing about being in real wilderness, he told me the night before we left, is that you remember you're not at the top of the food chain anymore. You're just another small creature trying to survive until morning. His words, intended as wisdom, settled into my chest like cold stones. The bus ride to Algonquin Park stretched endlessly through changing landscapes. We left Burlington's familiar suburbs behind, passing through small towns that grew progressively more rural, until eventually the spaces between buildings expanded into vast stretches of untamed forest. The trees seemed to press closer to the highway with each passing mile, their branches creating a canopy so thick that even the midday sun struggled to penetrate. My classmates' initial excitement gradually gave way to nervous energy as the civilization disappeared behind us. The usual chatter and laughter became forced, punctuated by long periods of silence as we stared out the windows at the seemingly endless wilderness. Even our most confident and outgoing students began to look uncertain. Camp Kitchikinichek sat on the shores of a lake so remote it didn't appear on most standard maps. The name, according to our counselor orientation packet, meant Place of Spirits in Algonquin, though no one seemed particularly eager to elaborate on that translation when we asked. As our bus rumbled down the narrow gravel access road, the first thing that struck me was the overwhelming silence. In Burlington, there was always background noise, traffic, lawnmowers, neighbors, the distant hum of the QEW highway. Here, when our bus engine finally died, the quiet was so complete it felt oppressive, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. The camp itself looked like it had been carved reluctantly from the surrounding wilderness. The main buildings, a large mess hall, bathroom facilities, and the camp office, were constructed from weathered logs that had darkened with age and moisture. They appeared to be barely holding their ground against the encroaching forest, as though nature was patiently waiting to reclaim what had been taken. The counselors who greeted us seemed friendly enough, but there was something in their manner that felt rehearsed, almost desperate. They smiled too widely and spoke too loudly, as though trying to convince themselves as much as us that this was going to be a wonderful experience. The head counselor, a tall man named Mr. Bramley with prematurely gray hair and weathered hands, gave us the standard orientation speech about rules, safety, and the importance of staying together. But it was the way his eyes kept darting toward the tree line while he spoke that made me uneasy. The cabin assignments were read aloud in front of the mess hall. As Mrs. Kowalski had promised, boys and girls were housed separately. The girls' cabins were built on stilts near the lake, elevated above the ground with proper stairs and railings. They looked almost quaint, like something from a summer camp brochure, complete with window boxes and cheerful yellow paint. Our cabin assignments were different. The boys' cabins were situated further from the lake, closer to where the forest began to thicken into true wilderness. When they called my name along with 4 other boys, David, Kevin, Brett, and Connor, I felt a sinking sensation as we were directed toward the cabin furthest from the main camp area. Cabin 7 sat at the end of a winding gravel path, almost hidden among the trees. Unlike the girls' elevated structures, ours was built directly on the ground, constructed from what appeared to be mismatched lumber and materials salvaged from other projects. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the walls looked like they had been assembled by someone whose primary concern was speed rather than craftsmanship. The windows were nothing more than openings covered with thin mesh screens that had several tiers and holes. The front door, painted a faded green that was peeling away in large flakes, hung slightly crooked on its hinges. When Connor tried to close it properly, it became clear that the door frame had warped over time, leaving a gap of nearly 2 inches along one side. "Well," David said, trying to maintain optimism as we surveyed our accommodations, "at least we won't have to worry about overheating." The interior was sparse but functional. 5 narrow beds with thin mattresses lined the walls, each with a small wooden shelf for personal belongings. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, controlled by a switch near the door that, when tested, produced only a weak, flickering light that seemed to emphasize the shadows rather than eliminate them. But it was the silence that bothered me most. Even with 5 teenage boys unpacking and talking, our voices seemed to be absorbed by the walls, creating a muffled, distant quality that made normal conversation feel strained. Outside, the forest pressed close enough to the windows that we could see individual leaves and branches, creating the sensation that we were being watched by countless unseen eyes. As evening approached and we made our way to the mess hall for dinner, I noticed details that the initial orientation had glossed over. Scratches on some of the cabin walls that looked too deliberate to be accidental. Posted signs that warned against wandering off alone, with consequences that seemed disproportionately severe for a school camping trip. And everywhere, the feeling that this place existed in uneasy cooperation with something much larger and less friendly than ourselves. The forest seemed to grow darker and more dense as the sun began to set, transforming from a pleasant backdrop into something that felt actively hostile. Trees that had appeared normal during daylight now loomed like sentries, their branches creating shapes and shadows that suggested movement where there should be none. Dinner in the mess hall that first evening was a subdued affair. The building itself was larger than it had appeared from outside, with long wooden tables arranged in rows and a serving area that reminded me of our school cafeteria, only more primitive. The walls were decorated with faded photographs of previous camp groups, their faces bright with forced smiles that seemed somehow desperate when viewed in the flickering fluorescent lighting. The meal was simple but adequate: hamburgers, potato salad, and corn on the cob, though I noticed several of my classmates picking at their food without much appetite. The combination of nervous energy and the strange, almost medicinal taste of the lake water was making it difficult for anyone to eat normally. Mr. Bramley stood at the front of the hall as we finished eating, clapping his hands together to get our attention. The sound echoed strangely in the large space, seeming to hang in the air longer than it should have. "Now then," he began, his voice carrying that same forced enthusiasm I had noticed during our arrival. "We have a special evening activity planned for tonight. It's a camp tradition that we share with all our visiting groups." He paused, scanning our faces with an expression that I would later recognize as someone gauging an audience's readiness for something unpleasant. "You see, these woods have been home to many people over the years. Native tribes, fur traders, loggers, and even some folks who chose to make this wilderness their permanent home. One such person still lives here, deeper in the forest than most people ever venture." Several of my classmates exchanged glances. Mrs. Kowalski, sitting at the teacher's table, looked as though this was the first she was hearing of this particular tradition. "We call him the Hermit of Algonquin," Mr. Bramley continued, his voice dropping to what he probably thought was a dramatic whisper. "He's been living out there for decades, completely self-sufficient, surviving off the land. He's harmless, of course, but he doesn't particularly enjoy company. Still, we like to take our brave campers on a little expedition to see where he's made his home." The mess hall had become completely quiet. Even the counselors seemed to be listening with unusual intensity. "Now this isn't mandatory," Mr. Bramley added, though his tone suggested that refusing to participate would mark someone as a coward for the remainder of the trip. "But it's quite an experience. Very few people get to see how someone can truly live off the grid in wilderness like this." My stomach began to churn with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. The rational part of my mind recognized this as probably just an elaborate camp story designed to add excitement to what was otherwise a fairly mundane outdoor education experience. But something about Mr. Bramley's delivery and the way the other counselors were watching us suggested there was more truth to this story than I wanted to believe. "We'll be leaving in about 30 minutes, he announced. "Dress warmly, bring your flashlights, and remember, we stay together as a group. No wandering off no matter what you might see or hear." The way he emphasized those last words made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. As we returned to our cabins to prepare for the night expedition, the conversations among my classmates had taken on a different quality. The usual bravado and jokes were replaced by genuine nervousness and speculation about what we might encounter. Some students seemed excited by the prospect of adventure, while others looked like they were seriously considering claiming illness to avoid the whole experience. David, who had been appointed as our unofficial cabin leader due to his size and generally calm demeanor, tried to maintain group morale as we gathered our flashlights and extra clothing. "It's probably just some old guy who lives in a cabin," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "They're just trying to make it sound scary to give us a good story to tell when we get home." Kevin, who had been unusually quiet since our arrival, spoke up from his bed near the window. "My cousin went to a camp in Muskoka last summer. They had a similar story about someone living in the woods. Turned out it was just one of the counselors dressed up to scare the kids." This explanation seemed reasonable and helped settle some of our nerves. As we prepared to leave the cabin, Brett tested his flashlight for the third time, while Connor double-checked that he had extra batteries in his jacket pocket. But as we opened our poorly fitting door and stepped out into the evening air, the forest around us had transformed completely. What had been merely dense and uninviting during daylight had become something altogether more menacing. The trees seemed taller and more closely packed, their branches interweaving overhead to create a canopy so thick that stars were visible only in small patches. More disturbing was the quality of the darkness itself. It wasn't simply the absence of light, but seemed to have substance and weight, pressing against us from all directions. Our flashlight beams, which had seemed adequate when tested inside the cabin, now appeared weak and ineffective, creating small pools of visibility that only emphasized how much we couldn't see. The other groups were gathering near the mess hall, their own flashlights creating a constellation of moving lights that provided some comfort. But even with 30 students and several adults, we seemed like a very small presence in a very large and indifferent wilderness. Mr. Bramley appeared carrying a larger, more powerful flashlight that cast a broader beam than our smaller lights. He had changed into darker clothing and seemed more serious than he had during his dinner presentation. "Remember," he said as we began to move toward a trail that led directly into the forest. "Stay close together. These woods can be confusing at night, and it's very easy to become disoriented. We're going to follow a specific path, and we'll be back at camp within an hour." As we entered the forest proper, our flashlight beams began to reveal details that made the whole expedition feel increasingly surreal. Animal tracks in the mud that looked larger than anything I could identify. Scratches on tree trunks that were too high and too deep to have been made by anything I wanted to encounter. And everywhere, the sense that we were being observed by creatures that were perfectly comfortable in an environment where we were completely out of our element. The path itself was barely visible, marked more by the absence of trees than by any actual trail maintenance. We walked single file, with counselors positioned at the front, middle, and rear of our group. The only sounds were our footsteps on the forest floor and the occasional whispered conversation that was quickly hushed by the adults. After what felt like much longer than the promised short walk, Mr. Bramley raised his hand for us to stop. Ahead, barely visible in the combined glow of our flashlights, was a structure that looked like something from a survival documentary. What we found in that small clearing defied every expectation I had formed during our walk through the forest. This wasn't the rustic cabin I had imagined, nor was it the elaborate campsite that might house someone choosing to live off the grid as a lifestyle experiment. Instead, we discovered something that looked like the desperate creation of someone who had been pushed far beyond the boundaries of normal human society. The structure, if it could even be called that, appeared to be built primarily from a massive fallen tree, easily 6 feet in diameter, that had been hollowed out and modified into a crude shelter. One end had been carefully carved away to create an opening just large enough for a person to crawl through, while the other end had been sealed with what looked like a mixture of mud, leaves, and materials I couldn't identify in the flashlight beams. Smaller logs and branches had been arranged around the main trunk to create walls and partitions, forming additional spaces that extended the living area. Everything was held together with rope, wire, and what appeared to be strips of fabric or leather. The construction showed clear evidence of both ingenuity and desperation. It was the work of someone who understood how to survive in the wilderness, but had been forced to do so with whatever materials they could find or create. But it was the details surrounding the main shelter that made the whole scene truly unsettling. Scattered throughout the clearing were dozens of smaller constructions, elaborate arrangements of sticks, stones, and bones that had been assembled into patterns that suggested meaning without making any sense. Some looked like warning markers, others resembled primitive art installations, and still others seemed to serve purposes that I couldn't begin to guess. Hanging from the trees around the perimeter were collections of objects that caught and reflected our flashlight beams in disturbing ways. Metal cans and pieces of glass had been arranged to create wind chimes that would catch even the slightest breeze, producing soft, dissonant sounds that seemed designed to alert the inhabitant to any approaching presence. Strips of fabric and plastic had been woven between branches to create barriers that would be impossible to pass through silently. "This is where he lives," Mr. Bramley whispered, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and unease that was far different from his earlier theatrical delivery. "He's been out here for more than 20 years, completely self-sufficient." As our eyes adjusted and we examined the scene more carefully, the sophistication of the survival setup became more apparent. There were clear areas designated for different purposes: food preparation, tool storage, water collection. A complex system of tarps and carved channels directed rainwater into containers made from what looked like repurposed industrial materials. Everything showed signs of constant use and careful maintenance, but there were also details that suggested something beyond simple wilderness survival. Scratches and markings on many of the trees looked deliberately placed, forming patterns that might have been some kind of primitive communication system or territorial marking. Animal skulls and bones had been arranged in specific configurations that seemed too organized to be random, too purposeful to be mere decoration. "Does he know we're here?" asked one of the girls from the group ahead of us, her voice barely audible above the soft sounds of the wind chimes. "Oh, he knows," Mr. Bramley replied. And there was something in his tone that made several of us instinctively move closer together. He always knows when people are in his territory, but he doesn't usually show himself unless he wants to be seen. As if summoned by those words, there was a sound from somewhere in the darkness beyond our flashlight beams, a soft rustling that could have been wind moving through branches, but carried a rhythm that suggested deliberate movement. Several of us immediately swung our lights toward the sound, but the beams revealed only more trees and deeper shadows. "We should head back now," Mr. Bramley announced, his earlier enthusiasm replaced by what sounded like genuine nervousness. "We've seen what we came to see." The return journey felt completely different from our approach. Where the walk into the forest had been filled with anticipatory anxiety, the walk back was charged with the feeling that we were being followed. Every few minutes, someone would hear a sound: a branch breaking, leaves rustling, or what might have been footsteps, that would cause the entire group to pause and listen before continuing. My own senses seemed heightened to an almost painful degree. Every shadow suggested movement. Every sound carried the possibility of threat. The forest, which had merely felt unfamiliar during our approach, now felt actively hostile, as though our presence had disturbed something that was better left undisturbed. David, walking beside me, was the first to voice what several of us were thinking. "Did you see anyone back there?" he whispered. I kept thinking I saw someone moving around the edges of the clearing. I had experienced the same sensation, brief glimpses of movement that disappeared the moment I tried to focus on them. It was impossible to tell whether we had actually seen anything or whether our imaginations had been influenced by the strange environment and Mr. Bramley's storytelling. "Probably just shadows," I replied, but my voice lacked conviction even to my own ears. Connor, who had been walking behind us, caught up and joined our whispered conversation. The counselors seemed nervous too. Did you notice how quickly they wanted to leave once we got there? It was true. The adults who had seemed confident and in control during the dinner presentation had appeared genuinely unsettled by the time we reached the hermit's dwelling. Their jokes and casual comments had stopped completely, replaced by the focused attention of people who were operating in an environment where dangers were real and immediate. As we finally emerged from the forest and could see the lights of the camp buildings ahead, there was a collective sense of relief that was impossible to hide. Students who had been trying to maintain brave facades throughout the expedition now openly expressed their eagerness to be back in civilization, such as it was. But even as we gathered in the mess hall for hot chocolate and a debriefing session, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us back from the forest. Not necessarily the hermit himself, but something. A presence, an awareness, a sense of being observed that had attached itself to our group during our visit to that strange clearing. Mrs. Kowalski, who had remained notably quiet during the entire expedition, asked Mr. Bramley a question that several of us had been wondering about. How often does this hermit actually interact with the camp? Does he ever come closer to the main facilities? Mr. Bramley's pause before answering was just long enough to be noticeable. "Well," he said, "he keeps to himself mostly, but he does move around his territory quite a bit, especially at night. Sometimes campers hear him or catch glimpses of him near the edges of the camp. It's nothing to worry about. He's never actually bothered anyone." The way he phrased that response, focusing on what the hermit had never done rather than what he might do, stayed with me as we made our way back to our cabins for the night. The wind picked up shortly after we returned to our cabin, creating sounds that transformed the forest from merely unsettling to actively threatening. What had seemed like ordinary forest noises during daylight now carried suggestions of movement and intent that made normal conversation impossible. Every gust of wind through the trees sounded like footsteps. Every creaking branch suggested someone or something moving just outside our field of vision. My bed, positioned directly beside the door that refused to close properly, offered a clear view of the gap where wind and whatever else might be outside could enter freely. The thin mesh covering our windows provided no sense of security, serving more as a reminder of how vulnerable we were than as any kind of barrier. David, ever practical, had suggested we try to secure the door more effectively by wedging one of the wooden chairs against it. The solution was only partially successful. While it prevented the door from swinging open completely, it still allowed the wind to rattle it constantly, creating a rhythmic banging that seemed designed to prevent anyone from falling asleep. "This is ridiculous," Brett muttered from his bed across the cabin. "How do they expect anyone to sleep with all this noise?" Kevin, who had been lying quietly on his back staring at the ceiling, sat up suddenly. "Did you guys hear that?" We all stopped talking and listened. Over the constant sound of wind and rattling door, there was something else, a rhythmic crunching that sounded like footsteps on the gravel path outside. "It's probably just one of the counselors doing a security check," Connor suggested, but his voice carried no conviction. The footsteps, if that's what they were, passed by our cabin and continued down the path toward the forest. But instead of fading into the distance, they seemed to stop somewhere just beyond the range of normal hearing. For several minutes, we lay in our beds listening intently, but heard nothing more. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because I was awakened sometime later by a sound that was distinctly different from the wind and forest noises that had been our constant background. This was definitely footsteps, but they were moving much more slowly and deliberately than the ones we had heard earlier. The sound was coming from directly outside our cabin, moving around the perimeter in a pattern that suggested someone was examining our shelter with great care. The footsteps would pause for long periods, sometimes directly outside our windows, before moving to the next position. My heart was beating so hard I was certain it would be audible to whoever was outside. The gap in our door seemed enormous now, and the mesh over our windows felt as substantial as tissue paper. If someone wanted to enter our cabin, there was absolutely nothing preventing them from doing so. The footsteps stopped directly outside the door. I could hear my own breathing, amplified by fear and the strange acoustics of our thin-walled shelter. From the complete silence in the other beds, I could tell that my cabin mates were also awake and listening, though none of us dared to speak or move. Through the gap in the door, I could see a shadow that suggested someone was standing just outside, close enough that I should have been able to hear breathing or other sounds of a living person. But there was only silence, broken occasionally by the soft sounds of the wind chimes we had seen at the hermit's dwelling. The realization that those sounds were coming from directly outside our cabin, rather than from the distant forest, made my blood feel like ice water in my veins. For what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the presence remained outside our door. Then, gradually, the footsteps resumed, moving around to the back of our cabin before disappearing into the forest. None of us spoke for the rest of the night. When morning finally came, bringing with it the normal sounds of a camp awakening, the events of the previous night felt almost like a shared nightmare. But when we opened our door to head to breakfast, we found clear evidence that our experience had been entirely real. In the soft earth around our cabin were footprints, not the boot prints of counselors or the sneaker impressions that would have been left by students, but bare human footprints that were significantly larger than any of ours. The prints showed clear evidence of someone who had walked completely around our cabin multiple times, pausing at each window and spending considerable time directly in front of our door. But most disturbing were the small objects that had been left at various points around our cabin's perimeter. Arrangements of sticks, stones, and what looked like animal bones had been placed outside each window and beside the door. They were clearly deliberate constructions, similar to what we had seen at the hermit's dwelling, but their meaning was impossible to determine. David, who had maintained his role as our unofficial leader, was the first to examine the evidence more closely. "We need to tell the counselors about this," he said, though his voice suggested he wasn't entirely sure that would help. "Tell them what?" Kevin asked. "That someone walked around our cabin at night? They'll probably just say it was a security check." "Security checks don't involve leaving weird stick sculptures," Connor pointed out. As we made our way to the mess hall for breakfast, I noticed that we weren't the only group showing signs of a sleepless night. Several other students looked haggard and nervous, and conversations were punctuated by frequent glances toward the forest. When Mrs. Kowalski asked how everyone had slept, the responses were telling. Multiple students reported hearing unusual sounds during the night, footsteps, rustling, and what one girl described as someone testing the doors and windows of our cabin. Mr. Bramley, when informed of these various incidents, maintained that such experiences were normal for people unaccustomed to wilderness camping. "The forest is very much alive at night," he explained. "Lots of animals move around after dark, and sounds carry differently out here than they do in urban environments. It's easy for imagination to transform normal forest activities into something threatening." But I noticed that he avoided making eye contact with any of us as he offered these explanations, and his reassurances seemed designed more to convince himself than to comfort us. The second day at Camp Kitchikinachek brought activities designed to familiarize us with wilderness survival, compass navigation, identification of edible plants, and basic shelter construction. Under normal circumstances, these might have been interesting and educational experiences. However, the events of the previous night had fundamentally changed the atmosphere of our group. Where we had initially approached the camping experience with typical teenage concerns about comfort and convenience, we now found ourselves genuinely worried about our safety. The forest, which had seemed like an inconvenient backdrop to our school trip, now felt like an active presence that was watching and evaluating us with purposes we couldn't understand. During the morning compass navigation exercise, our group was assigned to a section of forest about a quarter mile from the main camp. The activity itself was straightforward. follow a series of compass bearings to locate markers that had been placed along a predetermined route. What made the experience unsettling was the constant sense that we were being observed by someone other than our supervising counselor. Movement and peripheral vision became a constant distraction. Each time one of us would turn to investigate what appeared to be a figure moving through the trees, we would find only ordinary forest, trunks, branches, and shadows that could have concealed anything. But the feeling of being watched never diminished, and by the time we completed the exercise, all 5 members of our group were constantly looking over our shoulders. "There's definitely someone following us," Brett whispered during one of our compass readings. "I keep seeing the same figure moving parallel to our route." David, still trying to maintain rational explanations for our experiences, suggested that it might be another counselor conducting their own activities in the same area. But when we mentioned this possibility to our supervisor, she seemed genuinely surprised and confirmed that no other groups were scheduled to be working in that section of forest. The afternoon plant identification session took place in a meadow closer to the main camp, which should have felt safer and more comfortable. However, the open space created its own form of anxiety. While we could see much more of our surroundings, we could also be seen much more easily by anyone watching from the forest perimeter. Throughout the session, as we learned to distinguish between edible and poisonous berries, several students reported seeing figures moving among the trees at the edge of the meadow. These sightings were always brief and unclear. A flash of movement, a shape that didn't match the patterns of the forest, or what appeared to be someone quickly moving out of sight when looked at directly. Our instructor, a local naturalist who had been hired to supplement the camp's regular staff, seemed increasingly uncomfortable as the afternoon progressed. When asked about wildlife in the area, she mentioned that while black bears and wolves were present in Algonquin Park, they typically avoided areas with human activity. "The animals you really need to be aware of," she said, glancing toward the forest edge, "are the ones that aren't afraid of people. Those can be much more unpredictable." The way she emphasized the word animals suggested she might not be referring exclusively to wildlife. As evening approached and we returned to the main camp for dinner, the atmosphere among both students and staff had become noticeably strained. Conversations were quieter and more serious than they had been the previous day, and there was a general reluctance to discuss plans for after dark. When Mr. Bramley announced that the evening's activity would be a campfire program featuring ghost stories and traditional camp songs, the response from our group was notably unenthusiastic. The idea of sitting in a circle of firelight while surrounded by dark forest held no appeal for students who had spent the day feeling watched and followed. "Actually," Mrs. Kowalski interjected, "I think our group might prefer some quiet time in the cabins this evening. It's been a long day, and everyone seems a bit tired." The relief on the faces of my classmates was obvious, though several of the counselors seemed disappointed by our lack of interest in the planned activities. As we prepared to return to our cabins after dinner, I overheard part of a conversation between Mr. Bramley and another counselor that increased my unease about the entire situation. "They're more active this year," the second counselor was saying. "Usually we only get reports during the first night or two, but this group has been having encounters throughout the day as well." "It's probably just because they're more observant," Mr. Bramley replied, but his tone suggested he didn't entirely believe his own explanation. "Urban kids aren't used to wilderness environments. They notice things that rural kids would just accept as normal." "Maybe," the other counselor said. "But some of the staff have been seeing things too. And those arrangements around the cabins, that's new behavior." I didn't hear the rest of their conversation, but what I had overheard confirmed that the strange experiences weren't limited to our overactive imaginations. The camp staff were clearly aware that something unusual was happening, and their attempts to normalize the situation were becoming increasingly unconvincing. Back in Cabin 7, we attempted to create a more secure environment for the night. Using our sleeping bags and extra clothing, we covered the mesh windows to create more privacy and block the view from outside. The chair barricade against the door was reinforced with our backpacks and anything else that might make forced entry more difficult. These preparations were largely symbolic, Anyone determined to enter our cabin could have done so easily regardless of our improvised security measures. But the activity of fortifying our shelter provided some psychological comfort and gave us a sense of taking active steps to protect ourselves. As darkness fell, the forest sounds began again, but this time they seemed more organized and purposeful. Instead of random wind and animal noises, there were patterns that suggested coordination. Sounds that would start in one area of the forest and then be answered from another location, as though different individuals were communicating across the darkness. "It's like they're setting up positions around the camp," Kevin observed from his position near the covered window. The thought that we might be surrounded by unknown individuals operating with coordination and purpose was more terrifying than the idea of a single hermit wandering randomly through the forest. It suggested planning, intelligence, and objectives that we couldn't begin to understand. Around midnight, the footsteps returned to our cabin, but this time they were accompanied by sounds that made it clear we were dealing with more than one person. Multiple sets of feet moved around our shelter, and there were soft sounds that might have been whispered conversations conducted in voices too low for us to understand. But most disturbing was the systematic testing of our improvised security measures. Something or someone carefully examined each of our covered windows, applying gentle pressure to determine how easily our barriers could be removed. The door received similar attention, with the sound of hands testing the strength of our barricade and exploring the gap that we hadn't been able to eliminate completely. Throughout this examination, none of us dared to move or speak. We lay motionless in our beds, hoping that stillness might convince our visitors that the cabin was empty or that its occupants were deeply asleep. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds gradually moved away from our immediate area, but they didn't disappear entirely. For the rest of the night, we could hear evidence of similar investigations being conducted at other cabins throughout the camp, along with the continued communication sounds from various points in the surrounding forest. When morning finally arrived, we discovered that our cabin had received the same treatment as the previous night. Small constructions of sticks, stones, and bones placed at strategic points around our shelter. But this time, the arrangements were more elaborate and seemed to follow a more complex pattern that extended beyond our individual cabin to encompass the entire camp area. The third day of our camping trip dawned gray and misty, with a persistent drizzle that seemed to emerge directly from the forest itself rather than falling from the sky. The weather matched the mood of our group perfectly, subdued, apprehensive, and focused primarily on the prospect of returning home the following morning. Breakfast was a quiet affair, with students speaking in hushed tones and frequently glancing toward the windows of the mess hall. The normal complaints about camp food and uncomfortable sleeping arrangements had been replaced by more serious discussions about the strange events of the previous nights and growing speculation about what might happen during our final evening at Camp Kitchikinachek. Mrs. Kowalski appeared increasingly concerned about our group's state of mind. During a brief teachers' meeting that we could observe through the mess hall windows, there was obvious disagreement between our school staff and the camp counselors about how to address the situation. Hand gestures and facial expressions suggested that Mrs. Kowalski was arguing for cutting our trip short, while Mr. Bramley seemed to be insisting that everything was normal and under control. The day's planned activities, a nature hike followed by an afternoon of canoeing on the lake, were presented as opportunities to restore our appreciation for the wilderness environment. However, the underlying purpose seemed to be keeping our group occupied and away from the camp during daylight hours, when the mysterious watchers were presumably less active. The nature hike took us along a trail that paralleled the lakeshore, keeping us in open areas where visibility was good and the forest couldn't press too close. Even so, the sense of being observed remained constant. Our guide, a different naturalist than the previous day, seemed nervous and kept the group moving at a faster pace than was typical for educational hikes. "Are there other people living in this forest besides the hermit you told us about?" one of the girls asked during a rest stop. The guide's hesitation before answering was telling. "Well, Algonquin is a large park," she said carefully. "There are various research stations, fire towers, and maintenance facilities scattered throughout the area. It's possible you might see park workers or researchers from time to time. But her explanation didn't account for the organized nature of what we had been experiencing or the deliberate arrangements being left around our cabins. Park workers conducting legitimate activities wouldn't need to operate exclusively under cover of darkness, and they certainly wouldn't be leaving cryptic messages constructed from forest debris. The afternoon canoeing session provided our first real relief from the constant tension. Out on the open water, with clear sight lines in all directions and the forest reduced to a distant perimeter, we could finally relax enough to enjoy ourselves. The physical activity and change of environment helped restore some sense of normalcy to what had become an increasingly surreal experience. But even during this respite, there were reminders that we remained under observation. Several times during our paddle around the lake, students reported seeing figures moving along the distant shoreline, always too far away to identify clearly, but obviously human and apparently tracking our movement across the water. "They're making sure we don't try to leave by water," David observed quietly as we paddled back toward the camp's dock. The possibility that our mysterious watchers were actively preventing our departure, rather than simply monitoring our presence, added a new dimension of concern to an already frightening situation. What had initially seemed like curious observation by a reclusive hermit was beginning to feel more like deliberate containment by individuals with unknown but clearly organized intentions. As we returned to shore and began securing the canoes, I noticed that the camp counselors were conducting what appeared to be a security check of the entire facility. Small groups of staff members were systematically examining each building, looking under structures, checking window and door fastenings, and having quiet conferences about their findings. When Mrs. Kowalski asked Mr. Bramley about these activities, his explanation was characteristically vague. "Just routine maintenance checks," he said. "We like to make sure everything is secure, especially when we're hosting school groups." But the timing and intensity of these maintenance checks suggested that the camp staff were as concerned about the night ahead as we were. Dinner was followed by an indoor movie in the mess hall, a nature documentary that was clearly intended to keep everyone in a single, well-lit location for as long as possible. However, the choice of film backfired somewhat, as it featured extended segments about predatory animals and survival challenges in wilderness environments that only reinforced our existing anxieties. As the documentary concluded, and we prepared to return to our cabins for the final night, Mr. Bramley made an announcement that confirmed our suspicions about the seriousness of the situation. "We're going to have counselors conducting regular security patrols throughout the night," he said, trying to make this sound like a routine precaution. "If anyone hears or sees anything unusual, please alert the nearest staff member immediately. And remember, stay in your cabins after lights out, no matter what you might hear outside." The emphasis he placed on those last words, combined with the concerned expressions of the other adults, made it clear that we were facing potential dangers that went far beyond typical camping inconveniences. Back in Cabin 7, our preparations for the night were much more thorough than they had been previously. In addition to our improvised window coverings and door barricade, we arranged our beds to create a defensive position in the center of the cabin and established a rotation system so that someone would be awake and alert throughout the night. We also discussed contingency plans for various scenarios: what to do if someone tried to enter the cabin, how to signal for help, and where to go if we needed to evacuate quickly. These preparations felt simultaneously necessary and absurd, like planning for home invasion while attending summer camp. As darkness fell, the forest around our camp became more active than it had been on either of the previous nights. The communication sounds were louder and more frequent, suggesting a larger number of participants spread across a wider area. There were also new sounds, what appeared to be the movement of heavy objects through the forest, and occasionally what sounded like construction or preparation activities. "They're getting ready for something," Connor whispered during his watch shift around midnight. The systematic testing of our security measures began earlier than usual, but this time it was accompanied by more aggressive behavior. Instead of gentle probing, there were deliberate attempts to remove our window coverings and more forceful testing of our door barricade. Most disturbing was the discovery that our visitors were now communicating directly outside our cabin, conducting whispered conversations in voices that were just loud enough for us to know they were talking, but too quiet for us to understand the words. Then, around 2 a.m., everything stopped. The sudden silence was more frightening than the previous activity had been. It suggested that whatever had been planned was now ready to be implemented, and that the investigation phase had ended. For nearly an hour, we heard nothing from outside our cabin except normal forest sounds. Then, gradually, we became aware of a new presence. Something large moving through the camp area with purpose and confidence rather than the stealth that had characterized earlier visits. Heavy footsteps moved directly down the gravel path, past our cabin, and toward the main camp buildings. There were sounds of doors being tested and windows being examined, but these investigations were being conducted openly rather than secretively. "Someone's checking all the buildings," David whispered from his position near our covered window. The methodical search continued for what felt like hours, moving from building to building throughout the camp. Occasionally, we could hear what sounded like items being moved or rearranged, though we had no way of knowing what was being disturbed or why. Then, just as dawn was beginning to lighten the sky enough to see shapes outside our windows, there was a sound that made us all freeze in terror. Someone was knocking on our door. Not the tentative tapping of a counselor checking on students, but the firm, deliberate knocking of someone who expected to be admitted. The sound was repeated 3 times, with long pauses between each series of knocks, as though our mysterious visitor was patiently waiting for a response. None of us moved or spoke. The knocking was repeated several more times over the course of about 10 minutes, then stopped completely. When full daylight finally arrived and we could hear normal camp activities beginning, we cautiously removed our window coverings and door barricade to discover that our final night had brought the most extensive arrangement of forest materials yet. Elaborate constructions surrounded not just our cabin, but appeared to encompass the entire camp, creating what looked like a complex pattern or message that was too large for us to see in its entirety from ground level. But most unsettling was what we found directly in front of our door. A carefully arranged collection of objects that included several items that definitely hadn't come from the forest. Among the usual sticks, stones, and bones were pieces of metal, glass, and fabric that appeared to have been taken from the camp itself. The morning of our departure brought a flurry of activity as counselors and maintenance staff worked to dismantle the elaborate arrangements that had appeared throughout the camp during the night. What we had been able to see from our cabin's limited perspective turned out to be just a small portion of a construction that covered the entire facility. Viewed from the elevated position of the mess hall deck, the pattern became more apparent. Lines of arranged materials connected all the major buildings, creating geometric shapes and pathways that seemed to serve some organizational purpose. The complexity and scale of the construction suggested both significant planning and intimate knowledge of the camp's layout. Mr. Bramley's attempts to explain these developments as natural accumulation of forest debris due to unusual wind patterns were so transparently false that even he seemed embarrassed to be offering them. The precision and deliberate nature of the arrangements were obvious to anyone who looked at them, and several pieces of camp property had clearly been incorporated into the constructions. Mrs. Kowalski, who had apparently reached the end of her patience with the camp's explanations, demanded a private meeting with the senior staff. While we couldn't hear the details of their conversation, the animated gestures and raised voices visible through the office windows suggested that she was expressing serious concerns about our safety and the camp's management of the situation. As we packed our belongings and prepared for the bus trip home, several of my classmates discovered that small items from their cabins had gone missing during the night. Nothing valuable or essential had been taken, but personal objects, combs, pens, small articles of clothing, had disappeared and been replaced with forest materials arranged in the same patterns we had seen outside. "It's like they were trading with us," Kevin observed as he showed us a small construction of twigs and stones that had been left on his pillow in place of his missing comb. The idea that our mysterious watchers had been entering the cabins while we slept was more terrifying than any of the external activities we had experienced. The realization that we had been completely vulnerable throughout our stay, and that only the unknown intentions of our observers had prevented more serious encounters, left all of us eager to leave as quickly as possible. The bus ride back to Burlington was subdued, with most students sleeping or staring quietly out the windows at the passing landscape. The normal excitement and storytelling that followed school trips was completely absent, replaced by a shared understanding that we had experienced something that defied easy explanation or casual discussion. Mrs. Kowalski spent most of the journey on her phone, apparently making reports to school administration and possibly other authorities about the events at Camp Kitchikinachek. Her side of these conversations included phrases like completely unacceptable safety protocols and immediate investigation required that suggested serious consequences for the camp's future operations. As the weeks passed after our return home, I found myself unable to discuss the camping trip in any detail with friends or family. The events we had experienced seemed too strange and unsettling to share casually, and I worried that describing them accurately would make me sound delusional or attention-seeking. But the experience had fundamentally changed my relationship with wilderness environments. Where I had previously simply felt out of place in natural settings, I now felt actively threatened by any situation where I couldn't see clearly in all directions, or where unknown individuals might be present without my knowledge. It wasn't until the following spring, when my younger sister Diana was preparing for her own 8th grade camping trip, that I learned our experiences hadn't been unique to our particular group. Diana's class was scheduled to visit the same camp, and when I warned her about potential problems, she told me that Camp Kitchikinachek had been the subject of considerable discussion among the teachers at our school. Apparently, multiple school groups had reported similar experiences over the years, and there was growing concern about the camp's suitability for educational trips. Mrs. Rodriguez said they're not sending any more classes there, Diana told me. Something about ongoing security issues and problems with the local management. Despite these concerns, Diana's trip proceeded as scheduled, though with additional adult supervision and modified activities that kept the group closer to the main facilities. Her experience turned out to be quite different from ours, less dramatic, but still unsettling enough to confirm that something unusual was happening in that particular area of Algonquin Park. We didn't see anyone directly, she reported after returning home, but there were definitely people moving around in the forest at night. And on our second day, when we were hiking near the lake, I saw someone sitting on a log watching us from across the water. Her description of the figure, small, dressed in what appeared to be assembled natural materials, and completely motionless despite being clearly visible, matched what several of her classmates had also observed. Unlike our group's brief glimpses and peripheral sightings, Diana's class had apparently been allowed more direct observation, though from a safer distance. The counselors acted like it was totally normal, Diana continued. They said it was probably just a park worker or researcher, but park workers don't usually wear animal skins and sit completely still for hours at a time. Over the following years, I occasionally researched what information was available about the area around Camp Kitchikinachek. News reports and Park Service documents mentioned ongoing issues with unauthorized camping and problems with individuals living illegally in protected wilderness areas, but provided no details about the nature or extent of these issues. What I did find were scattered references to similar situations in other remote wilderness areas. Cases where legitimate outdoor education programs had been disrupted by encounters with people who appeared to be living completely outside normal society. These individuals were consistently described as reclusive, highly adapted to wilderness survival, and generally avoiding direct contact with outsiders while still monitoring their activities closely. Most disturbing were reports suggesting that these weren't isolated hermits or individual survivalists, but organized groups that had established territorial claims in remote areas and were actively working to discourage outside intrusion into their domains. The sophisticated coordination we had observed at Camp Kitchikinachek appeared to be typical of these groups rather than exceptional. Now more than a decade later, I still occasionally have nightmares about those 3 nights in Algonquin Park. In my dreams, I'm always back in Cabin 7, lying in that narrow bed beside the door that wouldn't close properly, listening to footsteps moving around our shelter, while knowing that thin mesh windows and improvised barricades provided no real protection against whatever was examining us in the darkness. But the most unsettling aspect of those dreams isn't the fear or helplessness I felt during the actual experience. It's the growing certainty that those mysterious watchers weren't simply observing us out of curiosity or territorial concern. The systematic nature of their investigation, the careful collection of our personal items, and the elaborate messages they left behind suggested that they were gathering information about us for purposes that we couldn't understand, but that were clearly more complex than simple wilderness survival. Even now, when I see news reports about missing hikers or unexplained incidents in remote wilderness areas, I wonder how many of those cases might involve encounters with groups like the ones we encountered at Algonquin Park. And I'm grateful that our particular encounter ended with nothing more than a few sleepless nights and a lasting aversion to camping, rather than becoming one of those unexplained disappearances that occasionally make national news. The woods around Camp Kitchikinachek are still there, still hosting school groups and summer camps, though apparently with much more restrictive policies about nighttime activities and wilderness exploration. But I suspect that the real inhabitants of that forest are still there too, still watching, still collecting information about the temporary visitors who intrude briefly into their carefully maintained territory. And sometimes, when the wind is particularly strong at night and tree branches scrape against my bedroom window here in Burlington, I'm reminded that the distance between civilization and true wilderness might be much smaller than most of us prefer to believe. I've been in this farmhouse my whole life, so nights out here usually feel familiar, almost comforting. You learn to tune out the usual creaks in the old wood, the distant lowing of cattle, and the soft chirping that drifts in through the windows. But that evening, something put me on edge. It was late September, and I had just turned 22. My parents had left for the weekend to visit my aunt in Springfield, leaving me alone to manage the property. I'd done it dozens of times before, but something felt different this time. The air had an unusual heaviness to it, like the atmosphere before a severe storm, though the weather forecast predicted clear skies. I was going through my usual end-of-day routine. The kitchen was clean, animals fed, and equipment secured in the barn. With the fading daylight casting long shadows across the yard, I moved through the house methodically, checking windows and doors. Being alone made me feel jumpier than usual, though I'd never admit that to anyone. When I clicked off the living room lamp, the space plunged into darkness far more profound than I remembered. The silence pressed in from all sides, thick and oppressive. I navigated by memory to the front windows for my final pass, just to be sure everything was locked up tight. I nearly convinced myself I was being paranoid when a faint glow caught my eye outside. At first, I thought I was imagining it. 2 spots of light hovering near the tree line, too high off the ground to be a stray cat or fox. They remained perfectly still, unblinking. I took off my glasses, rubbed my eyes vigorously, and looked again. The lights had vanished. My brain scrambled for rational explanations. Maybe fireflies caught in a gust of wind or moonlight reflecting off broken glass near the old tractor shed. Perhaps headlights from a car on the distant county road. Yet none of these explanations felt satisfying. I made certain to lock every door and window before heading upstairs, my heart thudding harder than I cared to admit. The wooden steps groaned under my weight, each sound amplified in the quiet house. In my bedroom, I left the small lamp on and lay fully clothed on top of the covers, straining to hear any unusual sounds from outside. The wind picked up around midnight, rattling the shutters and sending tree branches scraping against the siding. Each noise made me flinch. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, observed by something patient and calculating. The hours crawled by as I stared at the ceiling, my thoughts chasing themselves in circles. Dawn arrived too quickly, the pale light filtering through my curtains, finding me exhausted and irritable. I had dozed off only in brief snatches, jerking awake at every creak and groan of the old farmhouse settling. My limbs felt leaden as I dragged myself out of bed to tend the animals. I hopped into my boots by the back door, zipped up my jacket against the morning chill, and stepped outside. Immediately, I was hit with a stale, humid smell floating on the morning breeze. It reminded me of the time our septic system had backed up years ago, organic and foul. The smell felt wrong somehow, out of place in the crisp autumn air, but I shoved that thought aside and focused on my chores. My first stop was the barn. The horses were fine, though a bit restless, nickering nervously when I entered their stalls. I checked their water and feed, then moved on to the chicken coop. The hens seemed normal enough, clucking and pecking at the feed I scattered. The real shock came when I checked on the cattle. We kept a small herd of Herefords, nothing fancy, just enough to make the farm profitable. I counted them twice, then a third time, but the numbers didn't add up. 3 were missing. I tried to rationalize. Maybe they'd wandered to the far side of the pasture where the tall grass grew. But I knew our cattle, knew their habits. They always clustered near the barn in the morning, waiting for feed. That's when I noticed the fence. What used to be a sturdy section along the eastern edge of the property, bordering the woods, was torn and sagging. It looked like something big and strong had barreled right through it. Splintered wood jutted at weird angles, and several metal posts had been bent almost to the ground. This wasn't wind damage or normal wear and tear. This was destruction. I approached cautiously, scanning the tree line beyond the broken fence. The forest looked darker than usual, the shadows between trees deeper and more impenetrable. I leaned in for a closer look at the damaged section and saw distinct impressions in the soft earth. Footprints, but unlike any I'd seen before. They were strange, almost a hybrid shape, part hoof, part something else entirely. Too large for deer, too oddly shaped for cattle or horses. My family had taught me all about local wildlife. I could identify tracks from every animal native to these parts. Yet these matched nothing I'd seen or heard about. I knelt down to examine them more closely. The impressions were deep, suggesting considerable weight. They led from the forest, through the broken fence, across our pasture, and back into the woods at another point. Whatever made them had specifically targeted our property, our livestock. The uneasy feeling I'd had the night before started creeping back, settling in my stomach like a cold stone. I stood up and scanned the trees again, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The morning sun did little to dispel the shadows beneath the forest canopy. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed movement between the trunks, something large shifting position. But when I focused, there was nothing. I spent the next hour patching the fence as best I could, hammering new boards into place and straightening the bent posts. It was a temporary fix at best, but it would have to do until I could get proper materials. As I worked, I kept glancing over my shoulder at the woods, unable to shake the sensation of being observed. After the fence was somewhat repaired, I spent hours searching for the missing cattle, combing the pastures and even venturing a short distance into the woods, calling and whistling. No signs of them appeared. No blood, no tracks, nothing to indicate what might have happened. It was as if they had simply vanished. As the day dragged on, I found it increasingly difficult to focus on normal tasks. My mind kept returning to those strange lights I'd seen the previous night, the missing cattle, the bizarre footprints. None of it made sense, and the not knowing gnawed at me. I tried calling my parents to ask when they'd be back, but the call went straight to voicemail. The landline was working, but cell service out here had always been spotty at best. The isolation that normally felt peaceful now seemed oppressive and threatening. My phone lit up with a text from my girlfriend, Audrey. We'd been dating for 6 months, but lately things had been strained. She lived in town, working at the local library, and didn't understand my attachment to the farm. The conversation quickly deteriorated into a full-blown argument about my unwillingness to consider moving away. By the time I put the phone down, my temples were throbbing with the beginnings of a headache. Tense and itching to clear my head, I decided to take a walk after dinner. The rational part of my brain warned against venturing out as dusk approached, but I ignored it. I'd hiked these woods 1,000 times since childhood. They were as familiar to me as the farmhouse itself. I grabbed my phone and headphones, pulled on a heavier jacket, and headed toward the forest on the western edge of our property, away from the broken fence and strange tracks. The sun was setting, painting the sky in deepening shades of orange and purple. I cranked up my music to drown out my troubled thoughts and set off along a well-worn trail. The forest welcomed me with its usual sense of pine and decaying leaves. Birds called their evening songs, and occasionally small creatures rustled in the underbrush. Everything seemed normal, which helped ease my tension. I walked faster, deeper into the trees, following paths I'd known since childhood. Before I realized it, I had wandered much farther than intended. The music and my preoccupied mind had distracted me from noticing the growing darkness. When I finally paused and looked around, the light had nearly vanished. The forest had transformed into a maze of black trunks against deep blue shadows. I pulled out my earbuds and was immediately struck by the silence. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind through branches. Just absolute stillness. I flipped on my phone's flashlight, sweeping it around to get my bearings. The beam seemed feeble against the encroaching darkness, creating more shadows than it dispelled. I caught the reflection of something that looked like eyes in the beam, high behind a tree about 30 yards away. They gleamed an unnatural yellowish green, set too far apart to belong to any local wildlife. As soon as I angled my phone directly at them, the reflection vanished, leaving me reeling from a rush of panic. Maybe it was a trick of the light, I told myself. Maybe just water droplets on leaves catching the beam at an odd angle. But a primal part of my brain rejected these explanations. Whatever I'd seen, it wasn't natural. And it wasn't gone. I could feel its presence lingering nearby, watching. A low growl rippled through the trees, ragged and guttural, unlike anything I'd heard in these woods before. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, surrounding me. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled and my mouth went dry. I realized with growing horror that I had no clear idea which direction would lead me home. I started to backtrack, moving as quickly as I dared in the near-total darkness, stumbling over roots and tangling my boots in undergrowth. My flashlight beam shook with each frantic step, creating disorienting patterns of light and shadow. Then came a sharp snap, like a branch being crushed underfoot from somewhere to my left. Too close. Fear surged in my chest, electric and overwhelming. I had to get out. My cautious jog turned into a full sprint, branches slapping my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. I no longer cared about the path. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and whatever lurked in the darkness behind me. Heavy footfalls thumped against the forest floor, keeping pace with me but never quite catching up. The sound pushed me to run faster than I thought possible, my lungs burning and legs threatening to buckle. When I finally glimpsed the farmhouse lights in the distance, I breathed a silent prayer of relief. I cleared the tree line and sprinted across the open field, not daring to look back. I hopped the broken fence I'd repaired earlier, nearly face-planting on the other side. Only when I reached the relative safety of the yard did I turn around. Something moved at the tree line, a tall, dark silhouette partially obscured by branches. I couldn't make out details in the darkness, but I could see its eyes, gleaming faintly like dying embers. A vile odor hit me, intense enough to make me gag. The same stench I'd noticed that morning, but stronger now, mixed with something metallic that reminded me of blood. The figure never advanced beyond the trees. It just stood there, watching with a stillness that felt deliberate, as if it were studying me, memorizing me. I forced myself to move, backing slowly toward the house until I felt the porch steps behind me. Then I turned and rushed inside, slamming the door and throwing every lock into place. My heart hammered against my ribs as I peeked through the window blinds, half expecting to see nothing but still glimpsing those eyes trained on me from the distant tree line. They remained perfectly stationary, unblinking, patient. I yanked the blinds down and moved through the house methodically, shutting every curtain and blind. checking locks twice, and turning off most lights to prevent anything from seeing in. Enough was enough. I grabbed the old shotgun from my father's closet, loading it with trembling hands. I'd been hunting since I was 12, but this was different. This wasn't sport. It was protection. I added a box of shells to my pocket and retreated to the kitchen, where I had clear views of both the front and back doors. I tried calling my parents again. Still no answer. I considered calling the sheriff, but stopped myself. What would I say? That I saw strange lights and lost some cattle? That something with glowing eyes was watching my house? They'd think I was drunk or hallucinating. I needed concrete evidence before involving authorities. The old grandfather clock in the hallway ticked away the minutes with maddening slowness. Each sound from outside, branches scraping against siding, the normal settling of the house, made me jerk toward its source, shotgun raised. I tried the television for distraction and company, but the mindless chatter of late-night programming only heightened my anxiety. Around midnight, the power flickered, lights dimming momentarily before stabilizing. I froze, listening intently. The refrigerator hummed back to life, but another sound caught my attention. Scratching, faint but distinct, coming from the back of the house. It moved methodically along the wall, as if something were testing for weaknesses. I crept toward the sound, shotgun braced against my shoulder. The scratching stopped abruptly when I entered the mudroom. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then a tremendous thud shook the back door, powerful enough to rattle dishes in the kitchen cabinets. The door held, but barely. Another impact followed, even stronger than the first. Whatever was out there wanted in, and the locked door wouldn't hold it back much longer. I backed away, thoughts racing. The house had been built in the 1930s, solid, but not fortified. If that thing was determined enough, it would find a way inside. I retreated upstairs, barricading myself in my bedroom with the dresser shoved against the door. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the edge of my bed, shotgun across my lap, straining to hear any sound of intrusion. My thoughts whirled in chaotic patterns. What was this thing? Why was it targeting our farm? Would it leave once my parents returned, or was I its specific focus? Hours passed in tense silence. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I dozed fitfully, jolting awake at the slightest noise. When morning finally arrived, I felt as if I'd aged years overnight. My muscles ached from holding tension, and my eyes burned from lack of proper sleep. I carefully removed the dresser and opened my bedroom door, listening intently. The house was quiet. I checked each room systematically, shotgun ready, but found no signs of entry. When I finally worked up the courage to look outside, the yard was empty, peaceful in the morning light. No footprints, no evidence of the terror that had stalked me through the night. Had I imagined it all? Was stress and isolation playing tricks on my mind? I almost convinced myself until I looked toward the cattle pasture and saw fresh damage to my repaired fence. Another section had been torn open, the metal posts twisted like they were made of wire instead of steel. After a quick breakfast I barely tasted, I ventured outside to survey the damage, shotgun slung over my shoulder. The morning was bright and clear, a stark contrast to the horror of the previous night. Birds sang in the trees, and a gentle breeze stirred the grass. Everything seemed deceptively normal. The fence damage was worse than I'd initially thought. The section I'd repaired was completely destroyed, and a new breach had appeared about 50 yards down. Metal posts were bent at unnatural angles, and wooden slats had been splintered beyond repair. No ordinary animal could have done this. Sure enough, another cow was missing. I counted twice to be certain, but there was no denying it. 4 cattle gone now, with no traces of blood or struggle. Just gone. I searched the ground near the broken fence and found more of those strange footprints, deeper than before, and more distinct in the soft earth after the previous day's light rain. I knelt to examine them more closely. They seemed to have 6 toes, splayed wide like a predator's paw but elongated like a hoof. The impressions suggested enormous weight, and the stride length indicated something that moved on 2 legs, not 4. This realization sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Following the tracks, I discovered something that stopped me cold. A tuft of coarse dark hair caught on a jagged piece of fence wire. It wasn't from our cattle, which were predominantly reddish-brown. This was almost black, with an oily sheen in the sunlight. I carefully removed it from the wire, studying it closely. It had an acrid smell, similar to the stench I'd noticed the previous night, but more concentrated. I placed the hair sample in a plastic bag from my pocket. Finally, tangible evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. Something real was stalking our property, something unknown to science or local knowledge. Part of me wanted to take this evidence directly to authorities, but another part feared ridicule or worse, that they might dismiss me as delusional. I decided to document everything. Using my phone, I photographed the footprints, placing my hand next to them for scale. I took pictures of the destroyed fence, the twisted metal posts, and close-ups of the hair sample. If anyone questioned my sanity, I'd have proof. The rest of the morning I spent reinforcing the house. I boarded up the most vulnerable windows with plywood from the barn, hammered additional supports across the doors, and moved heavy furniture to create barriers at potential entry points. The house looked more like a fortress with each passing hour, and I hated that I needed this level of security in my own home. By afternoon, dark clouds had gathered, and a steady rain began to fall. The downpour would erase the footprints, washing away some of my evidence. I checked my phone constantly for messages from my parents, but there was nothing. The storm must have affected the already poor cell reception. As dusk approached, I completed my preparations. I had stockpiled food and water in my bedroom, along with the shotgun, extra shells, a heavy flashlight, and a hunting knife. If that thing came back, I'd be ready. Part of me hoped it would. I wanted answers. Wanted to see exactly what I was dealing with. The air outside turned heavy as evening descended, and the wind rustled dead leaves near the fence. It carried that same sickly smell, stronger now after the rain, making my stomach churn. I couldn't shake the sense that it was out there, sizing me up, waiting for darkness to hide its advance. Each gust of wind brought the stench closer, as if it were circling the property, testing for weaknesses. Night finally fell, and with it came an unsettling quiet. The rain had stopped, but the usual chorus of nocturnal sounds, crickets, frogs, distant owls, was conspicuously absent. Just an eerie silence that set every nerve on edge. My muscles tensed with each step across the old floorboards as I made my final rounds, checking windows and doors before retreating upstairs. I turned off most lights, leaving a few dim lamps so I could see if anything moved outside. My shotgun was within arm's reach, loaded and ready. I positioned myself by the window, peering through a narrow gap in the curtains at the dark yard below. Hours crawled by in suffocating silence. I began to think that perhaps I'd overdone it, that the previous night had been some bizarre anomaly. That's when a sudden crash rattled the front door, so violent it seemed to shake the entire house. The force behind the blow echoed through the house like a thunderclap. My mouth went dry and my heart thundered in my ears. I gripped the shotgun tighter, knuckles white against the wood and metal. Another crash followed, even more powerful than the first. The doorframe quaked, and I heard glass pop and skitter across the floor somewhere downstairs. A low roar rose from behind the walls, so feral and primal that I felt the vibrations in my chest. It wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. Something between the two, filled with rage and hunger. The sound paralyzed me momentarily, every instinct screaming danger in a language more ancient than words. Something was forcing its way in, and my body reacted before my brain caught up. I snatched the shotgun and scrambled from my room, taking position at the top of the stairs where I had a clear view of the front entrance. The door bulged inward with each impact, wood splintering around the hinges. It wouldn't hold much longer. A massive shape darkened the frosted glass panel beside the door. I couldn't make out details, just an impression of size and bulk that dwarfed any normal woodland creature. Another blow, and one of the hinges tore free from the frame. Wood splintered, and cold air rushed in through the widening gaps. I aimed the shotgun at the door, finger tense on the trigger. "Get away from my house!" I shouted, voice cracking with fear despite my attempt at bravery. The pounding stopped abruptly. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Had it retreated? Then came a sound from the kitchen, glass breaking, followed by the scrape of something heavy forcing its way through a window. It had found another entry point. My plan to defend the front door was now useless. It was inside. Each footstep of the intruder felt heavier than any human's. The floorboards creaked as if under the weight of something colossal. An overpowering stench drifted toward me, thick enough to taste, like rotting meat and stagnant water. I covered my nose with my sleeve, trying not to retch. I backed up the hallway toward my bedroom, moving as quietly as possible. Whatever was downstairs seemed to be methodically exploring the house, opening doors, moving furniture. Hunting. I slipped into my room and eased the door shut, then shoved my dresser in front of it. The wood felt flimsy, inadequate protection against the thing below. The house fell silent again. I stood frozen, straining to hear any movement. My breathing sounded impossibly loud in the quiet room. Then came the first footstep on the stairs, slow, deliberate, testing each tread before committing its weight. I counted each step, tracking its progress. 12 stairs. It was halfway up. I positioned myself opposite the door, shotgun braced against my shoulder. My hands were slick with sweat, but my grip remained firm. 8 steps. 9. The creature paused, and I heard what sounded like sniffing, deep inhalations as it scented the air. It knew exactly where I was. The final steps came quickly, no longer cautious but eager. Then banging on my bedroom door, loud rhythmic hits that shattered what remained of my nerve. Splinters of wood flew as the creature shouldered the door, shoving against the dresser I'd positioned as a barricade. It was buying me seconds at best. The door buckled, and I finally caught sight of it through the widening crack between door and frame. What I saw defied explanation. Matted fur covering a massive frame, something like a deer's skull topped with twisted antlers, but with patches of rotting skin clinging to it. The stench intensified, making my eyes water. My hands shook as I aimed the shotgun. The door burst open with a final crack, sending the dresser skidding across the floor and showering the room with shards of wood. The creature filled the doorway completely, hunched to fit beneath the frame. It was at least 7 feet tall, with long, powerful limbs ending in clawed hands. The skull-like head swiveled toward me, empty eyes set in decaying sockets, an open maw with a jaw that seemed off-kilter. I fired. The muzzle flash lit up the creature's hideous features in stark relief. The shot caught it in the shoulder, tearing away chunks of matted fur and exposing something dark and glistening beneath. It let out a horrible screech that made me recoil, then lunged forward with surprising speed. I fired again, the recoil slamming back into my shoulder, but I refused to let go. The second shot struck its chest, staggering it momentarily. Dark fluid leaked from the wounds, spattering the floor with a substance that smelled like death itself. The creature howled, flailing those long limbs in fury, claws gouging deep furrows in the walls and ceiling. I kept my finger on the trigger, racking another shell, firing and doing it again until the shotgun was empty. Each shot was deafening in the confined space, and the house trembled with every roar from that abomination. My ears rang, and acrid smoke filled the room, but I didn't stop until I heard the hollow click of an empty chamber. The creature stood swaying in the doorway, riddled with wounds that leaked black fluid. Its breath came in ragged gasps, head lowered as if gathering strength. I reached for the hunting knife at my belt, prepared for a final desperate stand, when it suddenly staggered backward. It wheeled around in confusion, movements becoming erratic and uncoordinated. It tore down part of the hallway wall as it retreated, smashing through the banister and nearly falling down the stairs in its haste to escape. I grabbed my pistol from the nightstand drawer and sprinted after it, driven by a surge of adrenaline that overrode my fear. The thing crashed down the stairs, leaving smears of black fluid on the walls and floor. My heart hammered, but the momentum of the chase pushed me forward. The front door, the very one it had battered earlier, now stood ripped off its hinges. Outside, the shape lumbered across the yard, moving with the desperate energy of a mortally wounded animal. Its outline was monstrous against the night sky, partially illuminated by the flickering porch light. With a trembling grip, I raised the pistol and squeezed off 3 rounds in rapid succession. At least one found its mark. The creature stumbled, nearly falling, before regaining its balance. The bullets seemed to do little more than anger it further. It whipped its head back toward me, unleashing a final roar that reverberated off the barn and sent nearby birds exploding from trees in panic. Then it bounded toward the forest with surprising speed, covering ground in enormous strides despite its injuries. I wanted to chase it, to finish what I'd started, but the rational side of me knew that would be suicide. Instead, I stood on the broken porch, shouting a string of curses that were equal parts terrified and furious, watching it vanish between the looming trees. Then there was sudden silence, broken only by my ragged breathing and the distant rustling of disturbed foliage. Even the wind had died, leaving the yard unnaturally still. My front door lay on the ground, the hinges twisted beyond repair. Inside, I discovered the windows in the kitchen, where I swore I'd heard glass explode, were strangely intact. Reality seemed to have split for a moment, then stitched itself back together, leaving evidence only in the wrecked wood and bullet casings scattered at my feet. I leaned against the splintered doorframe, shotgun and pistol hanging limply in my hands, trying to piece together what had just happened. The creature had been wounded, perhaps fatally, but it had escaped. Would it return? Was it even real, or had I experienced some massive break with reality? The physical damage to my home suggested the former, but my mind struggled to accept what I'd seen. I stayed that way for what felt like hours until I realized I had to come up with a believable story for my parents. There was no way to explain giant claw marks or bullet holes that made any sense. They'd either think I'd gone insane or call the police, neither of which would help my situation. I finally decided to say I'd lost my temper during a personal crisis, blowing holes in the door myself. A story that wouldn't earn me any points, but at least it wouldn't brand me a lunatic. I began cleaning up what I could, gathering splintered wood and wiping away the black fluid that had dripped from the creature's wounds. Strangely, by morning, the stains had vanished completely, as if they'd evaporated or been absorbed into the floorboards. The only real reminders of the battle were my ruined door, the gouges in the walls, and the crippling weight of fear still sitting heavily in my chest. The phone rang shortly after sunrise. My parents, checking in as they always did, went away. I lied as smoothly as I could about the door, concocting a story about an argument with Audrey that had escalated. They were furious, of course, threatening to ground me for the rest of my life despite my adult age. But their anger was a relief compared to trying to explain the truth. "We'll be home tomorrow," my father said, his disappointment evident even through the phone. "Get that door fixed before we arrive." After hanging up, I drove into town for supplies. The hardware store owner gave me curious looks as I loaded up on new hinges, door panels, and replacement boards, but he asked no questions. The normalcy of the transaction felt surreal after what I'd experienced. These people were going about their daily lives, completely unaware that something monstrous lurked in the woods just miles away. I spent the day repairing what I could. The door was beyond salvation, so I installed a temporary replacement until a proper one could be ordered. The claw marks in the walls I covered with patches and paint. By evening, the house looked somewhat normal again, though nothing could erase the memory of what had happened. My parents returned the next day, full of questions about the door and the state of the farm. I stuck to my story about the argument, enduring their lecture about responsibility and maturity. When my father noticed the missing cattle, I suggested they might have broken through the fence and wandered off. He seemed skeptical, but accepted the explanation for now. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Days passed, then weeks. No more cattle disappeared. No more strange lights appeared in the forest at night. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to have moved on or perhaps died from its wounds. I began to sleep better, though never with the same sense of security I'd once enjoyed. I kept the hair sample I'd collected, hidden in a small box beneath my bed. Sometimes late at night, I would take it out and examine it, reassuring myself that I hadn't imagined everything. The hair remained real, tangible evidence that something unexplainable had stalked our farm. I never told anyone the full story. Who would believe me? Even Audrey, when we eventually reconciled, only knew the version where I damaged the house in anger. Some truths are too strange, too terrifying to share. Months passed. Winter came and went. Spring brought new life to the farm, and with it, a measure of healing. But I never went into the woods alone again, especially not after dark. Something fundamental had changed in my relationship with the land I'd known all my life. The comfort of familiarity had been replaced by wary respect for what might lurk beyond my understanding. Occasionally, when the wind blew from the east, I would catch a faint whiff of that distinctive odor, organic decay mixed with something alien. It never lasted long, just enough to raise the hairs on my neck and send me hurrying inside. Time marched on, and I eventually left for college in the city, grateful for the distance and the crowds that made me feel anonymous and safe. But every so often, I'd call home, casually asking if the cattle were all accounted for, if the fences were intact, if they'd heard any strange noises in the night. My parents would brush off my concerns as unnecessary worry, but they didn't know what I knew. Part of me remains convinced that whatever I fought off that night is still out there somewhere, licking its wounds, waiting. Not just in those specific woods, but in all the dark spaces we pretend to understand. The thought of returning to that farm alone still manages to send a sharp bolt of dread through my gut every time I consider it. Some nights, I wake sweating from dreams where I'm back in that hallway, shotgun in hand, facing something my mind wasn't designed to comprehend. In those moments, staring into the darkness of my apartment bedroom, I wonder if it ever really left, or if it simply learned to hide better, to wait for the right moment. And I wonder how many others have encountered something similar, but like me, keep their stories locked away, too afraid of ridicule or disbelief to speak their truth. What haunts me most isn't the creature itself, but the knowledge that our understanding of reality is far more fragile than we care to admit. That beyond the comfortable boundaries of what we call normal, there exist things for which we have no name, no context, no defense, except blind luck and desperate courage. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear that low, guttural growl, so faint it might be imagination, calling me back to the farm, back to the woods, back to finish what began on that autumn night when the darkness reached out and touched my life forever. My name is Ira Timmons, and this happened to me on November 3rd, 1996. I was a truck driver back then, making runs across the Midwest. I drove a beat-up old Kenworth W900, the kind that had seen its fair share of long hauls and sleepless nights. I wasn't armed, never saw the need for it. I figured if you kept your head down and did your job, you'd be fine. 29 years later, I still remember how wrong I was. The day started like any other. I woke up in a cheap motel outside Kansas City, showered in water that never quite got warm enough, and choked down a stale donut with burnt coffee from the lobby. The November air bit at my face as I walked to my truck, frost crunching beneath my boots. The parking lot lights cast long shadows across the pavement, and my breath hung in clouds before me. My dispatcher had given me what should have been a simple job: haul a load of frozen meat from a processing plant in Kansas City to a distribution center in Casper, Wyoming. A long drive, but nothing I hadn't done before. The meat was loaded and ready by 6 a.m., and I was on the road before rush hour hit. The cab heater worked just enough to keep my fingers from going numb, but not enough to be comfortable. I kept my thermos of coffee between my legs, and the radio turned to some AM station playing old country songs that faded in and out as I crossed county lines. The first 8 hours passed without incident. I stopped once for fuel and again for lunch at a truck stop where the special was meatloaf that tasted like cardboard. By late afternoon, I was deep into Nebraska, surrounded by endless stretches of winter-dead cornfields and occasional clusters of barren trees. The sky had turned a dull gray, threatening snow that never quite materialized. Just flurries dancing in my headlights as darkness fell. Around 4 p.m., my eyes started to burn from staring at the highway. I needed to stretch my legs, splash some water on my face, maybe grab another coffee. I spotted a sign for a rest area 3 miles ahead and decided to pull in. It wasn't one of those newer places with the chain restaurants and clean facilities. This was old school, just a cracked parking lot, a couple of vending machines, and bathrooms that smelled like disinfectant struggling against decades of use. I parked the Kenworth at the far end of the lot, away from the 2 other vehicles. A rusted sedan with Nebraska plates and another semi with its engine idling. The cold hit me like a slap when I stepped out of the cab. I zipped my jacket to my chin and trudged toward the vending machines, fishing in my pocket for loose change. The machines stood like sentinels under a flickering fluorescent light. I fed quarters into one and watched a sad-looking sandwich drop into the tray, then did the same for a Coke. I took my meager dinner to one of the concrete picnic tables and sat, my back to the wind. The highway noise provided a constant background hum, punctuated occasionally by a passing truck's jake brake. That's when I felt it. The sensation of being watched. A prickling at the back of my neck that made me straighten up and look around. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just the empty rest area with its shabby amenities. Then I noticed him. A man stood at the edge of the scraggly tree line that bordered the property. Tall and thin, with a scruffy beard that didn't hide the gauntness of his face. He wore a dirty baseball cap pulled low, but I could feel his eyes on me. His clothes, jeans, flannel shirt, worn canvas jacket, weren't remarkable, but something about how he stood perfectly still sent alarm bells ringing through my mind. I nodded in his direction, the way travelers sometimes acknowledge each other. He didn't respond, didn't nod back, didn't move at all. I finished my sandwich quickly, suddenly eager to be back on the road. As I walked back to my truck, I glanced over my shoulder. The man had moved closer to the restrooms, but was still watching me. Under the harsh outdoor lighting, I could see his face more clearly now. His skin was weathered, with deep lines around his mouth set in what seemed like a permanent grimace. His eyes, though, they were what bothered me most. They followed me with an intensity that felt predatory. Back in my truck, I locked the doors before starting the engine. As I pulled out of the rest area, I checked my mirrors. The man stood in the middle of the parking lot now, turning to track my departure. The last thing I saw as I accelerated onto the highway was his figure growing smaller in my rearview mirror, still watching, still unmoving. I told myself he was just some drifter, just some lonely guy with nowhere to be. But the uneasiness followed me down the dark highway, a passenger I couldn't shake. An hour later, the dashboard fuel gauge caught my attention. The needle was dropping faster than it should have been. I'd filled up not long before the rest stop, and this route was one I'd driven many times. I knew exactly how far a tank would take me. I tapped the gauge with my finger, hoping it was just stuck, but the needle continued its descent. Damn it, I muttered, scanning the roadside for signs of the next exit. 10 miles to a place called Broken Creek. I didn't know if they'd have a mechanic open at this hour, but I couldn't risk running dry on a deserted stretch of highway in the November cold. Broken Creek turned out to be little more than a cluster of buildings huddled around a single stoplight. The gas station, thankfully, was still open. A small independent place with 2 pumps and a dim light glowing in the office window. I pulled in and killed the engine. The attendant, a heavy-set man with thinning hair and grease-stained coveralls, looked up from his magazine as I entered. "Help you?" "Think I've got a fuel leak," I explained. "Gauge is dropping way too fast." He nodded and put down his reading. "Let's take a look." Outside, I watched as he crouched beside my truck with a flashlight. "Yep," he confirmed after a moment. "Fuel line's been cut. Looks deliberate, too. Clean slice." My blood went cold. "Cut? You sure?" He nodded, serious now. "This wasn't no accident or wear and tear. Somebody took a knife to this." I immediately thought of the man from the rest area. Had he done something while I was eating? I hadn't been gone from the truck for more than 15 minutes. "Can you fix it?" I asked. "Not properly, not tonight. But I can patch it enough to get you to Casper if that's where you're headed." "It is. Gonna take me a couple hours to get the parts I need. My brother runs a salvage yard down the road. You can wait in your cab if you want. Or there's a diner across the street stays open late." I decided to wait in the truck. The thought of sitting in a diner window exposed didn't appeal to me. I called my dispatcher to report the delay, then locked myself in the cab with a fresh cup of coffee from the gas station. The attendant, he'd introduced himself as Mitch, called his brother, then went back to his magazine. I was left alone with my thoughts and the growing certainty that the man at the rest stop had sabotaged my truck. But why? I wasn't carrying anything valuable, just frozen meat. I'd never seen him before in my life. The night grew darker. Occasional cars passed on the highway, their headlights briefly illuminating the gas station before moving on. I tried to distract myself by listening to the radio, but static consumed most channels this far from any major city. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like metal on metal. At first I thought it might be Mitch working on something in the garage, but through my side mirror, I could see him still sitting in the office, now on the phone. The sound came again, from somewhere under the truck. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and hesitated. Every instinct told me to stay put, lock the doors, wait for Mitch's brother to arrive. But what if there was more damage being done? I slid out of the cab quietly, flashlight gripped tightly in my hand. The temperature had dropped further, and the wind cut through my jacket. I moved cautiously around the front of the truck, sweeping the beam beneath the chassis. Nothing. I continued around to the driver's side, crouching to check underneath. That's when I saw him, the same man from the rest stop, crouched by my rear wheels, a hunting knife in his gloved hand. He was working at something near the brake lines. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. He hadn't seen me yet. I backed away slowly, careful not to make a sound, then hurried back to the cab. Once inside, I locked the doors and reached for the horn, pressing it hard. The blaring noise cut through the night. Through my mirror, I saw Mitch startle and look up. The man under my truck scrambled out, knife still in hand. For a brief moment, our eyes met through the glass, his face contorted into a grin that showed yellowed, broken teeth. Then he backed away, tapping his knife blade against my truck's metal body in a slow, deliberate rhythm that sent chills down my spine. Mitch came running out, yelling something I couldn't hear over the horn. The stranger turned and ran, disappearing into the darkness beyond the gas station's lights. "What the hell's going on?" Mitch demanded, as I finally released the horn and climbed down. "He was under my truck," I said, my voice shaking. "The guy from the rest stop. He had a knife." Mitch looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "What guy? I didn't see nobody." I explained what had happened at the rest area and what I'd just seen. Mitch grabbed his flashlight and checked under the truck. "Jesus," he muttered. "He was working on your brake lines. Another few minutes and—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Headlights appeared on the road. Mitch's brother arriving with the parts to fix the fuel line. His name was Hank, a tall, gangly man with the same receding hairline as his brother. "Should we call the cops?" I asked as they began working on the truck. Hank looked up from the fuel line. "Sheriff's office is closed for the night. Deputy won't get here for at least an hour coming from the county seat. We can report it in the morning, but by then, I need to be in Casper," I finished. My delivery was time-sensitive. If I didn't make it by tomorrow afternoon, the whole shipment might be rejected. "We'll get you fixed up," Mitch promised. "But I'd keep moving if I were you. Don't stop again till you hit Wyoming." I nodded, watching the darkness beyond the gas station lights, unable to shake the feeling that the stranger was still out there, watching and waiting. Hank and Mitch worked efficiently, patching the fuel line and double-checking the brake lines to make sure no damage had been done. They refused payment beyond the parts and a few gallons of gas. "Just be careful out there," Mitch said as I climbed back into the cab. "Some real crazies on these back roads." Hank agreed to follow me for the first 20 miles or so in his tow truck, just to make sure the patch held. I was grateful for the escort, though I couldn't shake the feeling that the danger hadn't passed. Back on the highway, the night seemed darker than before. The few stars visible through the cloud cover did little to illuminate the landscape. My headlights carved a tunnel through the blackness, beyond which anything could be lurking. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see headlights gaining on me. Hank stayed behind me as promised, his tow truck's lights a comforting presence. But eventually, we reached the junction where he needed to turn back. He flashed his lights and gave a honk as he peeled off, leaving me alone on the highway. The dashboard clock read 11:37 p.m. I still had several hours of driving ahead of me. I turned the radio up louder, hoping the noise would keep me alert and drown out my thoughts. But between stations, in the brief moments of static, I kept thinking I heard something, like tapping metal or distant laughter. Just nerves, I told myself. Just my imagination working overtime after a scare. I passed through small towns that were little more than a collection of darkened windows and empty streets. At one point, I considered stopping at an all-night truck stop I knew was coming up, thinking safety in numbers. But as I approached, I saw it was nearly empty, just 2 trucks in the vast parking lot, no one moving around outside. I kept driving. Around 1 a.m., I crossed the state line into Wyoming. The landscape changed subtly, more rugged, the roads winding through low hills rather than the flat expanse of Nebraska. I should have felt relief at the milestone, but instead I felt increasingly isolated. Out here, if something happened, help would be even farther away. I thought about the stranger's face. That unnatural grin with broken teeth, the intensity in his eyes. What did he want? Was it random violence, or had he targeted me specifically? I couldn't think of a reason why. I was nobody special, just a truck driver doing his job. My eyes were getting heavy despite the coffee and adrenaline. I cracked the window to let the cold air slap me awake. The wind whistled through the gap, creating a mournful sound that did nothing to settle my nerves. That's when I noticed it in my rearview mirror, a pair of headlights, far back but steady. They hadn't been there a minute ago. I watched them for a while, telling myself it was just another traveler on the late-night highway. But something didn't feel right. The headlights maintained the exact same distance behind me when I slowed slightly. They slowed too. When I sped up a bit, they matched my pace. For 20 minutes, this strange dance continued. I considered pulling over at the next rest area, but quickly dismissed the idea. If this was the stranger, being stationary would only make me an easier target. The highway stretched ahead, empty save for my truck and the vehicle behind me. No other traffic, no witnesses if something happened. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, pushing past the speed I usually maintained for fuel efficiency. The headlights behind me grew slightly smaller as I gained distance, but then they surged forward, closing the gap again. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Then, without warning, the headlights blinked out. For a moment I thought they'd turned off or fallen back, but the dark shape was still visible in my mirrors when I looked hard enough. A car, moving fast, running dark. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't my imagination. Someone was hunting me down on this empty stretch of highway. I grabbed the CB radio microphone and pressed the talk button. Breaker, breaker. This is eastbound on Highway 26, about 30 miles west of the Nebraska line. I've got a vehicle following me, running with no lights. Anybody copy? Static answered me. I tried again, desperation creeping into my voice. Still nothing. In my mirror, I could see the dark shape gaining on me. It was a sedan of some kind, older model by the silhouette. It pulled into the passing lane and began to accelerate alongside my truck. I had nowhere to go. To my right was a steep embankment. To slow down would put me at the mercy of whoever was in that car. All I could do was maintain my speed and hope to outrun them to the next town. The car drew level with my cab, still running dark. I couldn't see the driver through the side window, just a dark figure behind the wheel. For a sickening moment, we rode parallel down the highway, like some twisted parody of a road companion. Then the car swerved toward me. Metal screamed against metal as the sedan slammed into the side of my truck. The impact sent a shuddering jolt through the steering wheel, nearly tearing it from my grasp. I fought to keep the Kenworth on the road, my heart hammering in my chest. The truck swayed dangerously, the weight of the frozen cargo shifting behind me. Through my side mirror, I caught a glimpse of the car backing off slightly, preparing for another strike. In the brief moment before the next impact, my headlights illuminated the driver's face as he pulled alongside again. The same gaunt features, the same broken-toothed grin I'd seen at the gas station. His eyes gleamed with something beyond mere anger or aggression. There was a sick pleasure there. The look of someone enjoying the terror they created. The sedan rammed into me again, harder this time. The truck lurched toward the embankment. I wrenched the wheel left, overcorrected, and felt the trailer fishtail behind me. For a terrifying second, I thought I would jackknife right there on the highway. "Jesus Christ!" I shouted, struggling to regain control. My mind raced through options, none of them good. I couldn't outrun him. My fully loaded truck was no match for the sedan's speed. I couldn't stop. That would make me a sitting duck. I had no weapon, no way to call for help. The stranger pulled alongside once more, revving his engine. In the darkness, I could make out his silhouette turning toward me, one hand on the wheel, the other holding something that caught the faint moonlight, the hunting knife. In that moment, something clicked in my brain. A memory surfaced from years ago. Advice from an old trucker named Joe, who taught me the ropes when I first started driving. "If someone's trying to run you off the road," Joe had said, "let them think they've got you beat. Wait till they're coming in for the kill, then hit the brakes hard. They'll shoot past you, and that's when you take control." It was risky. With a fully loaded trailer, sudden braking could be dangerous. But the alternative was worse. I watched in my mirror as the sedan backed off again, preparing for what would likely be a final devastating hit. I gripped the wheel tightly, my foot hovering over the brake pedal. Timing would be everything. The car accelerated, coming up fast on my left side. I could almost feel the driver's anticipation, his certainty that this time he would force me off the road. I waited until he was almost level with my cab, then I slammed on the brakes. The truck protested with a deafening screech of tires. The trailer pushed against the cab as momentum fought physics. The sedan shot past me, its driver clearly surprised by my sudden maneuver. In that split second of advantage, I wrenched the wheel to the left and pressed the accelerator. The Kenworth surged forward, and I aimed the massive front end at the sedan's rear quarter panel. The impact was massive. My truck's bumper connected solidly with the car, sending it into an uncontrolled spin. I glimpsed the driver's face once more, the grin replaced by shock, then terror as he fought his own steering wheel. The sedan spun across the highway, tires smoking against the asphalt. It hit the guardrail with a sickening crunch of metal and glass, then careened over the edge, disappearing from view. I slammed on the brakes again, bringing the truck to a shuddering halt on the shoulder. For several long moments I sat frozen, hands still gripping the wheel, breath coming in shallow gasps. The highway was suddenly, eerily silent. Had I killed him? The thought sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the November cold. I'd acted in self-defense, but the reality of what had just happened hit me like a physical blow. I reached for the CB radio again. "Breaker, breaker. There's been an accident on Highway 26, about 30 miles west of the Nebraska line. Car went off the road. Need emergency services." This time, someone answered, a scratchy voice belonging to another trucker a few miles ahead, who promised to relay the message when he reached better reception. I knew I needed to check on the driver. Much as I feared him, I couldn't leave someone to die on the roadside. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed down from the cab on shaking legs. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and sharp in my lungs. I approached the guardrail cautiously, playing the flashlight beam over the damaged metal. Beyond it, a steep slope led down to a dry creek bed about 30 feet below. The sedan had come to rest on its roof, the chassis twisted beyond recognition. One of the wheels was still spinning slowly. Steam or smoke, I couldn't tell which, rose from the crumpled hood. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small against the vastness of the Wyoming night. "Can you hear me?" No response. Just the ticking of cooling metal and the distant whisper of wind. I began to make my way down the slope, my boots sliding on loose gravel. Each step took me closer to the wreckage, closer to the man who had tried to kill me. My flashlight beam darted nervously around the scene, half expecting him to emerge from the shadows, knife in hand. When I reached the car, I crouched beside the driver's side window, or what was left of it. The glass had shattered, leaving a jagged opening. I aimed my flashlight inside. The stranger was still strapped in his seatbelt, hanging upside down. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, running up into his hairline. His eyes were open but vacant, staring at nothing. I reached in cautiously and pressed 2 fingers to his neck, searching for a pulse. Nothing. No movement. No rise and fall of his chest. The man who had stalked me across state lines was dead. I backed away from the car, my mind reeling. In the distance I heard sirens. Someone had called it in after all. I stood there in the creek bed, flashlight in hand, waiting for the authorities to arrive, trying to process what had happened and what I had done. The police arrived first. 2 patrol cars with flashing lights that illuminated the crash scene in pulses of red and blue. The officers approached cautiously, hands near their weapons, until they determined I wasn't a threat. I explained everything. The rest stop. The cut fuel line. The chase. The collision. I showed them the damage to my truck where the sedan had rammed me. One officer took notes while the other radioed for an ambulance and the coroner, though it was clear to everyone that medical assistance was no longer needed for the driver. As we waited for the other officials to arrive, one of the officers asked to see my commercial license and paperwork. Everything was in order. I'd always been meticulous about that part of the job. "You say you never saw this man before today?" the officer asked, studying my face for any sign of deception. "Never," I confirmed. "I have no idea why he targeted me." The officer nodded slowly. "We'll need you to come to the station to make a formal statement, but based on the evidence and the damage to your vehicle, this appears to be self-defense." Relief washed over me, tempered by the sobering reality that a man had died by my actions, justified though they were. The ambulance arrived, followed by a county coroner's van and more police. The slope became a flurry of activity as they recovered the body and documented the scene. I watched from the roadside, wrapped in a blanket someone had given me, sipping bitter coffee from a paper cup. Dawn was breaking by the time they finished. The officer who had taken my statement approached me again. "We've identified him," he said, his expression grim. "Darrell Wayland. He's wanted in 3 states for similar attacks on drivers, mostly truckers, mostly alone. He's suspected in at least 2 disappearances along I-80. "Why?" I asked, the question that had haunted me all night. "Why target random drivers?" The officer shook his head. "Hard to say with guys like this. Some people just want to cause pain. His car's a treasure trove of evidence. Stolen wallets, watches, weapons. He's been at this a while. I thought about how differently the night could have ended. My truck forced off the road, me at the mercy of a killer who had done this before and would have done it again. After giving my formal statement at the police station in the nearest town, I was allowed to continue my journey. My dispatcher had been notified of the situation and had already called ahead to the distribution center in Casper to explain the delay. The delivery would still be accepted. I arrived in Casper late that afternoon, exhausted beyond words. The dock workers unloaded the frozen meat without comment, though I caught them glancing at the damage to my truck, at my haggard appearance. I wondered what stories they were creating in their minds. After the delivery, I checked into a motel and slept for 14 straight hours. When I woke, it was dark again, and for a disorienting moment, I thought I was back on that highway, being hunted. I took 2 weeks off after that, sat in my apartment in Kansas City, jumping at sudden noises, having nightmares about yellow teeth and hunting knives. The police called once to inform me that the case was closed, justifiable homicide in self-defense. No charges would be filed. They asked if I wanted any of the findings from their investigation. I declined. I already knew more than I wanted to. Eventually, I went back to driving. I needed the money, and despite everything, the open road still called to me. But I was different now. Cautious in ways I'd never been before. I carried a legal handgun in my cab, properly licensed and registered. I installed a dash cam. I was selective about where I stopped, favoring busier truck stops with good lighting and security cameras. I never pulled over on isolated stretches of highway, no matter how tired I got. And I always checked under my truck before getting back on the road after a stop. The years passed. The nightmares became less frequent. The damaged Kenworth was repaired, and eventually replaced with a newer model. I advanced from long-haul routes to regional distribution, allowing me to sleep in my own bed more often. I got married, had kids, bought a house with a view of something other than highways and truck stops. But I never forgot Daryl Wayland. Not his name, not his face, not the sound of his knife tapping against my truck's body. Sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I still check my mirrors more than necessary. Still feel my heart rate increase when I see headlights maintaining the same distance behind me for too long. They say time heals all wounds, but I think some experiences change you permanently. They become part of your personal geography, landmarks you navigate around for the rest of your life. I still drive trucks, nearly 3 decades later. The industry has changed. GPS tracking, electronic logs, better safety protocols. The roads are busier, the trucks more comfortable. But the darkness beyond the headlights is the same. The vulnerability of being alone on an empty highway hasn't changed. Sometimes new drivers ask me for advice, and I always tell them the same thing. Keep your eyes open, trust your instincts, and never assume you're safe just because you're minding your own business. Because the truth is, there are predators out there. People who see your solitude as an opportunity, your isolation as an invitation. People who hunt not for need or even for gain, but for the simple pleasure of causing fear. I was lucky that night in 1996. I survived when others hadn't, but the experience left its mark on me, a scar that runs deeper than skin. So that's my story. Not the one I planned to live, but the one I was given. And if telling it makes even one person more aware, more cautious, more prepared, well, then maybe Daryl Wayland's final pursuit served some purpose after all. The highways stretch on, endless ribbons connecting one place to another. And somewhere out there, someone else is driving alone in the darkness, unaware that they're being watched. I just hope they're luckier than I was. Or maybe, just maybe, better prepared.